See you, yeah, see you in a bit.
Okay, I think Lewis is running a little bit behind, so we're gonna crack on anyway, because we've got the world can't wait. The world can't wait. Bear with me. Okay, yes, phone off. We're on a new stream, so we're just gonna let that get out into the ether. It goes cold to hot in here. You can't build it. Okay, cool. We're on a new stream, so just jump in, drop some shares, drop some likes.
Do you have to go on a new stream every time you drop out to do this?
So LinkedIn has a cap of 4 hours.
Oh, okay.
So you have to do 6 parts. It's so annoying.
Oh, well, yes, at least you know you've got to do it. Hey, you right?
Okay. Is Mum in the house?
Yeah.
Hey, Mum. Got a lovely, got Christine sent me a lovely picture this morning of Henry stood in front of the TV watching us. This is very cute. But we're now live, by the way. Just making sure it's going across the platforms. You see us on Facebook?
Yeah, I'm just back in, just checking.
Cool.
Yeah.
We're on Facebook.
Everything very legal and
We're on YouTube. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Still looking slightly awake.
We're still going. Desktop audio off. Can you try and ring Lewis? Yeah, can you ring him? Just say that we'll crack on with him. Just try it. Okay. Okay. Right, we're live.
Oh, do you want to turn this off?
Here, yes. Oh, yeah, well done.
Perfecto.
Cool. Told you.
Yeah, could have spoken to Dominic all day.
You understand
Love
why
it.
we like.
Yeah. Oh, did you like it? Yeah, it was cool. I really enjoyed that conversation.
Tell us what's coming up for you. If you're watching this, I can see some of the comments on the last stream, but they reset. So he's going to be here in a minute. Okay, perfect. Lewis, 2 minutes away.
Cool.
Oh, so what's brilliant about Stay Nimble and actually in line with what he was saying, it's the same service on repeat.
Yeah, yeah.
So the way that he's built his business means that the consistency we get, which we need, that consistency, we need to know that regardless if it's hot or not on the budgets of this government department or whatever, he's focused on best quality delivery, same consistency.
Yeah.
We've been working on a concept with him that he pitched me a little while ago that we're pushing through now, called a career ally. Mm-hmm. Because a lot of the careers advice, to be a careers advisor, you've got to be quite qualified.
Yeah.
Right? But am I not qualified to give some sort of
Wow,
careers
that's
advice?
qualifications over. Yeah.
So we're trialing at the moment 6 hours of it's a bit like the stop suicide training sort of level of depth.
Yeah.
Enough to walk alongside. So
Somebody.
if someone comes in here and they sit down with Debs and they say, right, Debs, I need to get, instead of going, oh, you should do, or what do you want to do then?
Yeah.
It teaches you the coaching questions you need to help.
Yes,
and
because
before
people have the information, right? Yes.
Career ally. Oh, okay. Live feedback. Yeah.
it's really great. It's going to help someone like me. So the next stage for me is I've had to sign up to a live practice session.
Nice.
So yeah, but
Brilliant.
again about the autonomy and the person having ownership,
Yes.
thinking for themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whole enablement and just being alongside with some targeted questions that gives them space to think.
And that's
Yeah.
the core principles.
Like good for you.
Yeah.
So just to repeat
Perfect.
some of that back for the audience who won't have heard that, what we're talking about here is letting people own their own problems.
Which they have to. People have got to own their own stuff. But remember, when we talk about school, Alex, I'm not surprised when people struggle to do things off their own volition, because when you're at school, you have to ask permission to go to the toilet. Everything is being given to
Let's
you.
not start that in an interval.
That's a whole different conversation. Do you know what I mean? But it's true, because then when you get adults who are then expected to be told everything without thinking for themselves, knowing that there is so much else out there, and they've got the power.
Okay, right. Let's get into the next guest. I'm excited about this one. So Lewis has just rushed through the door, beat the Peterborough traffic. Nick's ready to go. Can we welcome Nick Johnson, Dr. Nick Johnson, and Lewis Vernon?
I'm taking your blanket.
Taking your blanket.
Taking your blanket. Welcome.
Who are meeting for the first time. I'm quite excited about this, actually. Lewis, whoever wants to sit, wherever you want to sit, wherever you're comfortable, just make sure.
I kept it lovely and warm.
Yeah. How we doing? All right? Good? Yeah.
How are you, Nick?
Just keep that as close to your face as you can.
Oh, thank you. I've not been here since around 12 o'clock. I know. I was allowed to sleep. That was the call for me. Do it, Alex.
Yeah.
I need to be in bed for some of it. Yeah.
So I had about an hour and a half sleep yesterday.
A coffee would be lovely if that's okay, please.
Me, please.
Milk and 2 if that's okay. Thank you.
I just make a shout for a decaf.
Here we go.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Yes. Coffee. Second of that.
Yeah, definitely.
How we doing? All right? We good?
Yeah. And then anticipate the traffic, let's put it
No.
that way.
No. So yeah, we get told off we don't keep our mics like here, near our face. Here's a microphone we have to speak into.
Cuddle mine. Hello.
So I'm quite excited about this because we've got two people in two different worlds in the practice and the work that you both do.
Yeah.
Different lived experiences, and bringing that together in a conversation is quite exciting because if Lewis, you can introduce the work that you do with Project Abundance, and then Nick, you can introduce the work that you do as a doctor.
Yeah.
And then let's have a conversation about where that crosses over in life. So Lewis, do you want to start?
Sure. So I run a community interest company called Project Abundance, and we work to regenerate the environment, health and communities. So we work with people with mental health issues, send groups, just the general community that kind of want to get involved and kind of make the world a bit of a better place. So yeah, we see food as a major kind of contributing factor to a healthy lifestyle, a healthy environment, a healthy society. And my partner actually works in A&E, so we have a lot of conversations between kind of the medical world and the kind of herbal world, or the preventative world, so to speak. So I certainly believe there's a place for both. Again, I've got family members that have severe kind of chronic pain, so some of the herbs don't touch the side, so to speak. So, but I do believe that there's a lot of preventative we can do to kind of take the pressure off the health systems, and yeah, kind of take a bit more responsibility for our own health, and use the kind of NHS for the serious problems. So yeah, that's kind of a little bit about what we do.
Nice.
Have you seen this space in Peterborough? It's up
I'm
the
think-
Garden Bath.
Have you got a
The Green Backyard.
Sorry, Green Backyard in Peterborough.
green backyard? Whereabouts in Peterborough? Is it North Peterborough? Is it? Have you got the allotments? Have you got a green space that you're?
Yeah, so it's by the opposite of Posh Ground, by the Apex building.
Oh, right. So no,
so
the answer to that is no. I've
You
not
have
been
to
there.
go.
then.
You'll
But
have to
I
come.
obviously want to know
We
more
go check
about
it out. Yeah, we
I
go
want to
check
know
it
more
out.
about it. Yeah.
So let's get into that because that's exciting. Nick, do you want? I mean, I think it's the first time you've been. Well, you've come back in here privately.
Yeah,
But
okay.
Publicly back in the Citizen
Well,
Hub with
Yeah,
our
I'm
citizen members.
probably
No longer our mayor, but
Yeah, I think
Dr. Nick Johnson.
2026 is the year when I sort of just come out of sort of a self-imposed retirement, having stood down from being the mayor of the Combined Authority. But throughout all of that time, as you were kindly acknowledged and as you were saying, Lewis, I've always been a children's doctor. Still am. Tomorrow I'll be in Shinbrook Hospital doing the job I've always done for 20 odd years for the local community. But the 4 years I had, taking on a political role, and particularly at that point, the mayoralty, it gave me a fascinating insight to go and visit community CICs across the whole of the area of Cambridge and Peterborough just getting to know some of the geography of the area, but also getting to, if I'm honest, to have a little bit of increased insight into the world of how people live. Because I you talked about people coming from different backgrounds. One of the beauties about having a job in healthcare, but it's also true in many other professions, is that you have an open door. You're at the work face, the coal face, where you meet, particularly in an A&E, where you're talking, your partner works. You do get to meet people from all walks of life, but you get to meet them in a certain set situation when they're seeking healthcare and whatever. The job of going out there and advocacy for people through a political role allows you to sort of recognise that people run businesses. They've got worries about how do they get from job to job, transport. They then worry about their families and so many different attitudes. It's not just always about health, although primarily that's what I've always been fascinated in. Immediately when my ears prick up when I hear talking about herbs and another idea, so well, how would that work in my life, both as a doctor, but also as advocating for people, which is the role I'm kind of developing at the moment.
Yeah, fascinating.
Social determinants, right?
That's a long I quite like advocacy was a bit short, but it sounds better.
The key determinants, right, of health,
Yeah.
social. You talk about getting to work, therefore being able to afford food. All of these things, which are for me joined up, and are often looked at in isolation, which then cause multiple problems because then it becomes kind of that whole individually led. Isn't it? It's the person who is not lazy enough or who can afford it, but all of these kind of social noise, I guess, which ultimately comes down to your work in a hospital, your work in a CIC around education and accessibility. All of these things. It's fascinating.
It's so beautiful, isn't it?
Fascinating, yeah.
This is where that work community is just going to keep coming up over and over. And I've walked the grounds with Lewis and seen this space, this in the middle of a city, this kind of, pull up into the car park and there was, when I got there was a kind of bunch of kind of prison release, helping sort something out over there. You had a SEN group doing something over there. You had a family, working with nature and working with soil. And it's just, and what you're doing is just observing and stewarding and maintaining the space, the infrastructure. You're creating a safe space for people to help themselves. And I think that's lovely. Can
I ask Lewis, sort of, what are you growing in that green space?
We try to grow a whole variety, really, because it is about education and it's also about showing where people get their food from and how it's grown and how they can grow it themselves. And if they can't, then they can kind of grow it with us. But everything from salads to beetroots, tomatoes, peppers, cucumbers, carrots. We always try and aim for heritage and heirloom seeds because, again, without getting too deep into a rabbit hole, but seeds are starting to become genetically modified, so we're not able to save our own seed in the future. So our kind of mission, or one of our missions, is to preserve those seed strains and carry them on, one, so that we can carry on using our seed, but then also keep them alive and pass them on. So that goes into a whole different angle. But
because I'm going to make a confession. I know.
Go on.
Thinking. So I'm 20 years in March. I'll have been a children's doctor in Hinchinbrook, and
congratulations.
Longer than that in being a doctor in the NHS. And I've got to confess, I've had a sort of a road to Damascus moment over the last year, particularly around this thing about the difficulties that we as a society have around ultra-processed food. So I've always been somebody to say, try and reduce your calories and do more exercise. The old thing, don't eat as much, do more exercise. Yeah. And there is some basis in that's good practice. To be active is good for your mind, good for your body. But this issue of food that we are is available to us and how it's packaged, how it's presented to us and what we consume in terms of how it's been processed, as opposed to the purity of food that, back in the 1940s and 50s when people were coming out through rationing and everybody had access to an allotment. I used to see that as quite twee and a bit kind of old-fashioned. But and I think it's probably because in the 70s, 80s, it got wrapped up in, everything's got to be organic. But actually, I've come along the lines where I'm actively now saying to patients, and obviously most of my patients are children, but when I'm talking to people about, I've got to deal with a real problem of childhood obesity. Yeah, it's a real problem. Issue, obesity per se for us as a whole society. More and more people are living with obesity, and it's an illness. It's a real challenge to us as a society. But one of the ways to beat it is not just by saying do more exercise, rest, less calories. It's actually the food you eat, and this thing about purity, the access of things on your doorstep where you can access fresh vegetables, and encouraging people to prepare their own food rather than sort of the I know it's it's often said never enough time and all those things, but I'm absolutely behind that, and I'm going out there and saying I will support anything to say the idea of fresh food, preparing it yourself, and avoiding the whole narrative of ultra processed food.
It's interesting. I feel acutely focused on that with a 3-year-old right now. It's a constant conversation at home. We're like he's 3, probably watching now. Hi, Henry.
Hi, Henry.
And he just drinks water. That's his drink. So when he says my drink is water, someone says, "Do you want a drink?" My drink is water, and he has his water. And we try to avoid all the processed stuff. And I wonder because I didn't have the privilege of being that close to my first born son. As he grows up, I often do think when I see some of the young people that we work with within Inspire to Ignite, and I see cans of Monster around, and I see just the volume of sugar, the volume of processed stuff that's in their life, and I just think where does that go? Where does it go wrong? Did it go wrong? I don't know. Danielle, come on, help me out here.
Do you know what? First of all, this is a conversation which is going to open up a whole can of whoop butt for me.
Okay, cool, perfect, great.
I'm a chief executive of a national charity. I have 2 children. I have a husband. Got a renovation of my house. There's a lot going on. There's a lot. Very busy.
Oh yeah.
But I still make a meal every day. We sit as a family at 6 o'clock at the dinner table, and my son's now got his friends that come round, and they now eat round my house. I don't know what happened and when that happened, but literally I've got Harry.
It's a communal thing.
Exactly, it is a very communal thing, and they all sit down, and Sebastian will come down and goes, "Mum is," and I'll say, "Who's upstairs today?" Got Ollie and Harry, and I know that Ollie and Harry are going to get a meal. Good lads. But I make enough, but I'm also one of those. I come from I'm not going to talk about my childhood, but I come from absolutely nothing. My mum, single parent. I remember her buying all of the fresh food, but it was the yellow stickers at Tesco's. Everything was reduced. Now, when I was a teenager, and my mum used to go make me buy reduced stuff, I thought she was trying to kill me and my social life. Like, reduced stuff? Like, ew. Now, I am reduced queen. I'll go to Waitrose and I'll buy the chicken. We was in Waitrose the other day, and then we're down by the reduced section.
We have a fire chicken. Please say a fire chicken.
Yeah.
We're down by the reduced section, and I'm cooking, and I'm using what I can find, and I'm cooking enough. Now, I'm not here to say, oh yeah, well, because I'm better than everyone. It's not that, but I've made it my mission to make sure that my children know what good food looks like, what it is, what it entails, cooking from fresh. There'll be pasta sauces in the fridge, in the cupboard, and a pasta, and they'll put the meatballs from the freezer that I got from Waitrose together, and they'll make it themselves. I'm saying all of this to say, because the importance of that for me has been so important that I've made it a priority of mine. And also, coming from nothing with my mum, she made food from scratch, so I've seen it in my life. I've had the experiences of it. And my kids, to your point, and Henry's, we were talking about it with their friends the other day. They literally have never had cordial in my house. Never had cordial, ever. It's just never been in my house. So when their friends come around, they're like, "Do you want a glass of water?" That's their drink. And they're 16 and 18 now. I remember taking Seb and Hermione on a plane, and the air stewardess offering them fruit shoot, and we laughed because Sebastian went, like, he won't mind me saying, I think he was about 7. He was like, what's this stuff? Because I told them that fruit shoots were the devil's spawn. And that's awful. But for me, as a parent, it was the most disgusting thing.
As a doctor, you must be thinking brilliant.
Well, no, I think so, and you have to be careful. But I'm generally interested because, as I say, I've come to this late on, and it was a sort of a kind of, why why didn't I know more about it? I think, and it's because I just accepted this narrative: less calories, more exercise was the route. But actually, it's what you're putting in and how. Now, see, what I'm interested in is that Lewis, you've gone out there and you're in a local community, in an inner city community, probably going up against some of what are called fresh fruit deserts. There's a real big problem that in certain areas you can't easily access the foods that you talk
especially
about.
not at a price.
Exactly.
And so the idea that you're providing something. I've always another thing over the last. I've had a lot of time to reflect on my time over the last few years, and it's what I've begun to realise is, although I have and I will never disavow my political background. People know where I come from, what my where my stand is. I'm a socialist. I'm very clear about that, but moving away from party politics per se, what I really believe, it's small groups of people that make big change in certain areas, and and arguably that's what in St Neots, there's lots of examples, be it the Citizens Hub and what's happened, I believe, in this town over the last 10, 15 years, where small groups have come and said, we are going to make changes in the way that we want to do, and they take the community with them. But it's the sort of really getting down to the nub of it, of saying, look, how on a day-to-day basis, if you're affected by the air you breathe, you have a group of people who the campaign to say, we want better air quality, or we want better food, and that's what you're doing. So, sorry, long way of asking the question, Lewis, is to say, what was your motivation? Because I want to support you, and I think people should be supporting you, but why did you do it to start?
I basically hit a low point in life, and I was assessing all the kind of, I guess, the global issues from the food industry and kind of why we're transporting so far, the mental health kind of issues that were going on, the environmental issues and all these things. And I kind of, I found that, it kind of all roots down to food to some extent, but then further from that, it all roots down to the soil, which if we've got healthy soil, then we've got healthy plants, which produce healthy food and a healthy society. And so I guess I kind of come to a point where I thought something has to be done, and I felt that if I wasn't doing something, I couldn't complain about the things that were going on. So I thought it was contradictory to sit there and know about all this stuff and not try and do something about it. It's kind of been an ongoing learning process, really, on all these levels.
And did you have any background in sort of, I would say agriculture, but I would say it's horticulture. Sorry, that's what
sort of. Not really. I wasn't interested until I kind of come to that point where I was, and I still kind of agree with protest to some extent, but I didn't feel that was enough at the time. But I was doing a lot of protesting, and that's kind of what got me into it.
There isn't a protest I haven't been on over the years. I'm with you,
I'm a bit busy for it now, like I said. But yeah, I guess it is in my roots, because my dad's a horticulturalist, so he's always kind of been kind of doing groundsman work and stuff like that. And my grandfather's actually a farmer, so my whole family were kind of brought up on a farm. So
it's in your blood.
It's there somewhere, but
around the Greater Peterborough area, because you're in town now, or are you still around that area?
Yeah. So it's more on the outskirts, on the villages, but that was kind of. It wasn't there as I was growing up. I just heard the stories, if that makes sense.
I want to add the thing. Recently, because my mum has done a lot of stuff on ancestry. Okay. And she's recently, she gave me some stuff a long time ago, but I hadn't really read it in the detail. I've just discovered that actually I've got, my background on my mum's side were what you would call the sort of itinerant farm workers that used to work around Lincolnshire. And I've now got some old photographs that are based at literally about a couple of miles away from Wisbeach.
Be careful you wish for it, have you on the soil.
I'm fascinated by it, so
it's good for the soul.
And that thing about the soil, because again, one of the things in the job that I did, away from the medical and the comfort to some extent of working within a protected NHS hospital, was I had to understand what the challenges are for the farming communities of the Fens, and how the soil degradation in itself causes problems around the environment with CO2 output because as it breaks down, but at the same time how fertile it is and how much you want to sort of drive that productivity. But then this sort of thing, you talked about soil, the 6 inches of soil, this sort of thing that is unique, that makes the sort of productivity, and how we have to hold on to that, and how you can actually change your farming practices to make sure that you maintain the integrity of the fibre, the organic material.
Is that not, and this is where I find it fascinating. I can see Sophie over there just like, oh my God, this is my conversation. And I know we've got Heather Thomas on later, and she talks a lot around systems change and looking at, if you understand soil, you understand systems. And it's a really good place to start when you think about community and you think about social systems. Soil was a wonderful tool. And I've seen it. Lewis has been out with Inspire. You've been working with Inspire tonight a couple of years. We get, the best one I remember was when we said to the young people, "Hey, do you want to go have some pizza?" And then Lewis had them literally. You're going to make the pizza.
Yeah.
You're going to make the pizza.
Yeah. Nice kind of clay oven. It was.
So and did they really enjoy it? Right.
Yeah, when they came in. A couple of them, they're like, "Oh, we don't like tomatoes." But
of course don't.
I was like, "Well, you haven't tried these."
Exactly.
So, and they went around picking and trying all the tomatoes because they were like sweets apparently. And it was, it's just lovely to see that that perspective change. And again, that kind of importance of it. You come back to the soil. We're coming away from the food and health, but it's all kind of related. But apparently I was looking at some figures the other day, but the regenerative processes like no dig, for example, just increasing that topsoil layer by 1% each year I think it holds 20,000 litres more per hectare, which obviously when we've got droughts and flooding and kind of inconsistencies in the weather, just kind of building up that topsoil not only helps the environment, it helps the nutrient density that's kind of provided to the plants and the crops. And then, I guess we've got to kind of come to a middle ground between the mass agriculture, which is causing so much kind of damage on some level, and the kind of localised food, and finding a way to make it productive and viable, I guess.
Do you think that it helps if you, offering up an alternative to the mass production, you have a narrative where you can also bring the community in and make it fun? The reason I smile at this is what you're doing, bringing in the kids to talk about let's have a pizza date night or something like that, is that many years ago, back at the end of the 80s, early 90s, I was in London, again as a medic, and I came across an organisation, I was introduced, it was Trees for London. And it was very simple. The premise was people would go clubbing, but the money they raised would then, when they weren't recovering from a club night, was that they would plant trees in the suburbs of London.
Which is well before its time, because that was kind of common practice.
Yeah, and it was a sort of, it kind of made you feel good when you went clubbing, and I don't know if it's a sort of makes you feel better because something about the spending money, whatever. But it was always that link between fun and kind of a sort of a mission, which I kind of picking that up from sort of yourself there.
Yeah, I mean, so the community, the regenerating the community part, not everyone wants to grow food, not everyone wants to put their hands in the soil, and I think this is what you're doing a great job at here, is bringing the community in. So we do all different kinds of workshops, from soap making, candle making, wreath making, just general kind of catch-ups and coffees and things like that.
And big parties.
We've had big kind of festival things which have gone down really well. But I think isolation is a big problem as well, and especially on the health side of things. Again, talking from a partner's experience, a lot of people go in there because they're lonely and they've got a niggle, if you get what I mean, but they want company. And having these, I guess we'll call ourselves services or projects, they help that, and they help, I guess, they're kind of a pressure valve for the NHS and for the other systems, and just people getting together just to have a conversation and chat and do some just some arts and crafts and things like that, which subtly then leads them into the food production and the kind of where your food comes from, your nutrition and all these kind of things. So I guess we try and create something for everyone that subtly leads them into that kind of.
And is it cross-generational?
Yeah,
the youngest you get in, the oldest, what sort of?
Youngest, yeah, we've
Probably
worked
babies
with,
in papooses. Or
yeah,
something like
yeah.
that.
Families come down with like their real little ones, and then we've got the older generations as well. So we have everything in between, and that's a beautiful thing
Just
as well.
triggered a memory in me, because I remember growing up in the northeast where my mum and dad got an allotment, and I remember the first day that they had to burn the. I mean, maybe not the best thing to talk about. So we had to burn everything, you know. So, but having a fire was for the. But after that, the allotment was a big part of my family's
makes
life.
sense, right? Because the best relationships you have in life generally are when you're building stuff together, or you're creating.
But that's what we used to do, though, didn't we? Before there was TVs and dinner tables and rooms, and it was collective living. It was everybody living together, and everyone's responsibility to bring in the crop. It was everyone's responsibility to put out the pigs or whatever it was. It was everyone's responsibility to collectively do these things. And with mass agriculture or mass farming or mass production of food for the masses, because there's billions of us now, those tiny infrastructure or small holdings don't exist anymore. We've moved out into supermarkets, which has then made the whole farming thing change. And so holding on to some of this kind of mentality around what that production or what that kind of safeguarding of that space was once is now coming back as a CIC form, whereas before it used to be part and parcel of your everyday existence. Do you know what I mean? Go for it.
I think it's been sold as convenience, hasn't it, to some extent? And we're getting, again, this comes with inflation and all other different dynamics. We're getting busier, we've got less time, and over that period we've been sold the convenience of it. And I think slowly but surely we're realising the repercussions of that. That shortcut, so to speak.
So coming back to
and
that.
as over that generation that's happened, we've also lost the skills to be able to do that. And it's, I guess, trying to keep those skills alive and again bring them back to, I guess, what we were doing. But in this maybe generation or two, we've very much lost the skills, and we've been convinced into convenience is the best way. And it goes back to what you're saying, taking half an hour out of your day to cook some fresh food, and maybe those few extra pence going on organic is an investment in your health later on in life.
There is an element of privilege, and I know that we talk about that privilege is difficult. 100%. And I speak from privilege. I am absolutely privileged to be able to do these things. I live next door to Waitrose. I have enough money, all of these sorts of things. Although my main shop is Aldi, I might add. But you know, there is a privilege in which I hold that position, and I do appreciate that. Totally. And that doesn't translate to absolutely everybody, but there is availability everywhere. You know, there is understanding and knowledge, but what's been lost is perhaps the knowledge that's been passed down from grandparents or parents to the child, and therefore that parent. There's a lot of knowledge that has been lost in generations now, which I'm hoping is.
And the final point, because we do.
Well, no, it's really sort of a question. Obviously, we're sitting in St Neots with three who are St Neots, and you're showing the way from the north of the county, you know, the centre of Peterborough. So I'm going to show my ignorance here, 'cause I do know there are allotments in St Neots.
A massive oversubscribed as well.
And I know that, believe it or not, I remember when I was working as HDC councillor Loves Farm, as they're developing over on the east side of the town. There are allotments supposedly meant to be going on, and there's lots that people do on Loves Farm.
Huge demand,
you know. But I'm just intrigued: is that something that you've got involved?
Well, they've got no, not me personally.
The allotment, a drive for the sort of.
I think there are advocates within the St Neots Initiative network. There are advocates that are locally passionate about this stuff, and I think there's the market, especially with all the development going on, I think there's some opportunity for us to explore it. But absolutely, we should be learning from places like Project Abundance and Down to Earth, and there's some amazing projects all around this country that we should be doing more to share. Maybe site visits. Anyone who's interested in this, let's jump on a bus and let's go check it out. You know, so
community gardens, that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. So I'm going to have to cut us because I'm just. I knew it would be a fascinating conversation. This is our issue. We're getting all these brilliant people on.
25 minutes.
This is a marathon, and we're
isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So there is a WhatsApp group that's been developing over the day. All of our speakers are in. It's called the Citizens Lounge. So when you get off, then one of the crew will come and we'll speak to you about adding you to that, so you can exchange, carry on sharing ideas, carry on spreading the word. This is all to raise money for Wellness Wednesday. We've hit 40% of our target already, which is just ridiculous, right? And that gives and that gives our citizens budget to spend. No fees, no platform fees, no admin fees. Every penny we raise goes to the citizens' hands to decide how we spend money on community wellbeing.
Definitely
Maybe
a
one
trip
of
up
them
to
is
Peterborough.
Definitely
yeah.
a trip up to Peterborough. Note that for the Lived Experience Board. We
And
need to go
invite
check
me,
that out.
please. I'd like to go.
We're all going on the
tomorrow,
bus.
thank.
Mate, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Appreciate
Thank
you
you.
guys. Thank you so
Appreciate
much
it.
for coming
Thank
on.
you very much,
Thank you
guys.
for all your
Thank you
support.
for coming on.
Thank
So
you.
cool. So nice to see you again.
And we're going to dive
Look
straight
after yourself.
into the next one because we've got a little bit of catch up
Yes,
to do. I'm just
okay.
saying.
All right, let's go. Oh.
Yeah, exchange. Well done, guys. Thank you. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Could have
So
talked on that one
good.
for a while,
How are we
mate.
feeling online? Okay. Can I have that iPad?
Yeah, we ignored it. No, my husband bought me in the cup. Thank you, my love.
I think we're on part 3. Are we on part
Clippers
3?
organic.
Yeah, we are, aren't we?
Only when they're on a deal.
Yeah.
Clippers organic. English breakfast.
Okay, cool. This is fantastic. Right, so I'm just going to reflect some of it. So, Steve, come and have a seat. I'm just going to reflect a little bit. We're just playing a little bit of catch up here. You're used to this. We're not
Yeah,
quite,
exactly, yeah.
We're not quite, how many
Radio.
episodes, Pro? How many episodes are you now?
What, this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, how many have you done?
2,170.
We're not 2,000. What's that? Oh, yes, please. Oh, look out for a catch. Whoa, let's walk and talk
Ooh.
men badge. Thank you.
Nice, thank you.
So, a little bit quiet in the room, please. Sorry.
Come on.
We are live, sorry. So just reflecting some of the comments we had. So I've got an iPad now, everyone, so we can actually see your comments live. So please get involved in the conversation. That's the whole point in this. So the first comment from Rachel Way, no, let's not start the school conversation. I think it was on the past
sorry,
interval.
Rachel.
Sorry, Rachel, that's for another,
We won't.
another one. Lots of love for Nick Johnson on here as well. Harry Pauly, thank you, mate. Thank you for making this work. So give big up for Harry Pauly.
Hey.
He's the reason why this all works, technically. He spent about 9 hours teaching me how to work that thing. Courtney Reeve, pass me the link for YouTube. Can someone drop a link in the YouTube for me? Okay, that's awesome. Jamie, mate, how are you getting on with, how many workouts are you in? You're 3, 4?
Wow.
How many legends on one screen? Lots of love. Thank you so much for your support and all your donations. Please like, comment, share. Let's go again for another
Let's go.
guest. Congratulations, Steve, for now being the longest serving breakfast radio presenter.
Well, not longer than Terry Wogan, but longer than Chris Moyle.
I mean, that's got to be...
Yes.
What a commitment to get up 5 days a week, every morning to do that.
I've got to say, Alex, apologies to a young individual called Willoughby Creasy, who I met for the first time on Wednesday last week with the view that he was going to do the sport for us. And I said, do a little dummy for me over the weekend. Let's see how it works. And if it's any good, I'll put it out. And it's on my phone, which for the 5th time in 9 years, I've left it behind. It's in the kitchen.
No.
Oh, no.
So apologies, Willoughby. I might put it on tomorrow, actually.
Oh, okay,
But,
fine. Okay, there's a rescue there. There's
yeah,
a rescue
there
there. I love that's the first thing you shared.
Yes.
You're always so
Community.
supportive. Community. What does that word mean to you?
Well, it's the word community is absolutely at the heart of this town. But it's at the heart. Black Cat Radio is a community interest company. We are a community radio station.
They're very directional because we're trying to cut out the background noise, so they've got to be like
That's
that's it.
Yeah.
And at the moment, I've just been speaking to Dave Young, an unbelievable campaigner for prostate cancer, who's become a good friend of mine. And he has written, as has Richard Shaw, actually, testimonials for Black Cat Radio, because we have to reapply for our Ofcom license this year. And the lovely things that people have said about it. I just said, tell us what Black Cat Radio means to you. I don't want to point you in any particular direction. And I'm really proud of what we've achieved. And funnily enough, someone just said to me, people are seeing your face for the first time in many instances because they're used to hearing your voice. And I'm very, very aware, Alex, as soon as I go in that studio in the morning and push that microphone open at 7 o'clock, there's an awful lot of people listening who have latched on to the fact that what we do at Black Cat Radio is different to what BBC local radio
and TV and whatever can do, we can reach into the heart of St Neots. And I'm not knocking the other stations, but I'm just glad that when I switch on in the morning, people listen to me and not them.
We're glad you're here, honestly. What you do, well, you know, I've always, ever since I started business actually in town, when I met Brian Dobson on the square, you know, when we used to showcase our stuff. You know, back in the day, we used to have little stalls out doing our thing when we were early stage. And you, Brian, the rest of the team, honestly, what you do for the community is it's second to none.
Absolutely. I've had the privilege of going on the show a few times.
Well,
talking about all sorts
Alex
of stuff.
has. Danielle, you have. Lovely to see you.
How many of our guest lists have?
Well, 13 actually.
Oh, wow.
Right? There you go. There you go.
I've
But that also means, the positive, that you've got 27 new guests.
Yay!
Yeah,
Yes.
completely. I mean, this morning I had Rachel Shotter from the Anchor at Little Paxton and Racky Martin from the Bell to talk about the plight of. We all know the plight of the hospitality trade, but I wanted to make it feel like it's a St Neots story as much as anything else. Just up the road from here, we could probably walk to the Bull's Head. It's been shuttered for ages. You know, a pub that's
turned into a
closed.
convenience store or something.
Yeah, that's it.
Isn't
Shut now. Yeah.
So and I just want to make sure I challenge that one point. It's not a challenge in the hospitality industry. People love their pubs. People love the going out and having fun. There's a challenge in business rates. There's a challenge in cost of living.
Yeah.
And there's a real inconvenience to support the hospitality industry right now when they absolutely should be, because they are third spaces.
Yeah.
When we talk about community wellbeing, a pub, I think British culture is pretty much the only culture in the world that mastered the pub. Right? Other parts of the world have tried it, but our pubs are absolutely rooted as community spaces, and it's not, the hospitality industry is doing nothing wrong. Yeah, James Larman's got a brilliant VAT plan. I know Ian Solomon's advocating for it at the moment, and he'll be in here later. But yeah, they need our support, and that isn't just go and use them more. No, you need to lobby your MPs and your politicians to sort out business rates and some of the issues the hospitality's doing. Otherwise they'll all be bloody flats soon.
You've used the word challenge, and that's what all of this is about.
Absolutely.
I would like to just tip my hat to someone you've just been talking about, and that's Jamie Archer.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Hey.
I've got a
lots
picture
of
here.
love, Jamie. He's listening now as well.
If he's listening, I don't know if he can see that. I don't know if you can.
Yeah.
But there's a much younger looking Steve Greenall on that picture.
Just a little bit.
That picture was taken in May 2019, and it was the first time on the Full English Breakfast Show that I dealt with the issue of mental health. And there's several things I want to say about that. A, how much it meant to Jamie, because he brought that in for me last week when he came on the show. But that interview that morning, and the way he opened up about the fact that that day marked a year since he was going to take his life. He was very, very open about it on the show. And he came on the show to launch his podcast.
Are you okay, mate?
Are you okay,
wow.
mate? And we still say that to one another. And that man's raising money himself today.
He is indeed, yeah.
So
we had him on
Jamie.
earlier. We've got him on. He's
coming in tonight.
So he's just coming in. So he's done four now.
Out of how many?
Out of 15 workouts
Wow.
for the day. So yeah, big up Jamie Archer.
I'm going to put that there so
yeah,
whilst
put
I'm
that there.
sitting
That's
here,
lovely. That's a lovely touch.
The camera can see it. Because Jamie kicked it off for me. I've got skin in the game. My sister's partner took his life. And that was a tough interview to do for a bloke who professionally was an accountant, basically, who loves radio and got passionate about it. And to be able to take that story on and then know I can take on any story to do with mental health. So walk and talk for men, walk and talk for women, all of the other that span out from that. We've embraced them, and we still are. Awesome. But I'd like to think that since that happened, at least men, Danielle, are speaking more.
Absolutely.
And this town, stands out in a lot of towns.
I think
in the UK.
It really does. Yeah.
We're not like I don't think we're labelled as like a calm town in a sense, but I think we've got really good awareness. I mean, earlier on when for me, signals. I don't really deal with. I've got a load of stats, which I'm not going to bring up at all today. Because I think half of them are directional at best.
Yep.
But anyway, I'm a signals guy. So I look for signals in society as to whether we're going in the right direction. And that's enough for me to give my gut the belief. And when men all sat here earlier and he described himself essentially as a
mental health first aider,
mental health first aider, without saying
yes.
And that was all that was from the money that we raised last time for Stop Suicide training that he took. And it's like, sweet. Not only have we got to a place of awareness, which yes, we're there, but actually as a community in St Neots, I think we are a cut above the rest in terms of engagement
And consistency. Consistency on the radio show, consistency in the way in which Menel interacts with the community, consistency in the walk and talk, all of it, it's there. It's not just a one-off. And I think sometimes I can only speak from my own experience. You know, for example, EDI in my workspace came about 2020 because of the murder of George Floyd, and then it dropped off the face of the planet when Trump came in. Yeah. This isn't that. Do you know what I mean? It's consistent. It came up as a need in 2020, or a recognition of the fact that it's become amplified, that there has been the need. The solutions came in, the awareness, the conversations, and they've stayed. And I think for me, that's the beautiful bit. They've stayed because it becomes then peer-to-peer support. It's not just an initiative that's brought in from the top and then left to dwindle when they remove themselves, which sometimes happens. This is community-led, and therefore there is skin in, to your point, there's skin in the game, and so people just continue it. It's lovely to see.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, really, really nice.
And I think we should be so proud of that as a community. We should be, and this is what today's all about, because it's the best Monday
Whoop, whoop.
of the year.
Blue Monday, back off.
Can I just say,
where are you?
I do not like the concept of Blue Monday for one reason and one reason only. I don't like. I appreciate why they do it. World Mental Health Day and whatever. To me, dealing with mental health on Blackout Radio on my show is every day. You don't wait until January the 1st, all people do, to make New Year resolution. If there's something you want to do in November, do it in November. Don't wait 2 months. So the point I'm making is there's too much focus, I think, on specific days for things. I think Danielle's nodding at if anybody needs reaching out to, or they need to reach out to someone, don't wait for a specific day to
marketing ruins most things.
Amen. That's social media.
Honestly.
It's social media. I can't even keep up.
And speaking of which, I didn't do this on purpose. This is truthfully totally accidental. I've come in this morning to the radio station for the first time in a long time. Well, I've done it 5 times now. Left my phone at home.
Good.
Accidentally.
It's a good sign. That's a signal.
And it struck me. Was it absolutely crucial for 2 things that I needed it for? Because I had 2 clips that I wanted to broadcast. But I actually said on air, I've left my phone at home. If Barry or Willoughby are listening, can you email them to me? Barry emailed it to me, so I didn't need the phone to get that piece on the air because he was listening. Thank you, Barry. But it struck me, from here, I'll have a coffee when I've done my stint, and I'll go home. I'm going for a haircut, and then I'm going to go home, and I'm going to leave my phone where it is.
Nice.
I'm going to endeavour to prove, because, and I don't know whether my wife's listening to this right now, but the number of times she said to me, "Oh, fiddling with your phone," and we went out over the weekend, and there was a family, 2 children, and the parents, all of them gawping at their phones. And I thought to myself, Elsa's right. Practice what you preach, Greenall. Stick it in your pocket. You don't need it.
It's too convenient.
But it was also, I do think, especially off the back of COVID, I want to take a little bit away from the person. They're attached to them. They are designed extremely well. They are designed exactly to do what they're doing. They attach themselves to people. It's an addiction.
Like a daemon.
And it's not, I don't think it's a conscious choice for a lot of people. And as someone I do my digital detox every year. I was a bit on and off this year, if I'm honest. I didn't do a full digital detox, but I'm known for doing that. And you feel it. First 2 or 3 days, you're like, oh man, and I'm a pretty active guy when it comes to like being online and stuff.
You are right. I mean, it is completely addictive. It is addiction. It is addiction. You get dopamine hits. That's why you get the likes. People go back and look how many likes and how many comments because it's validation. All this stuff. That anyway, there's a massive there's psychological basis around all of this stuff.
The gaming side,
but it's intention, right? Yeah. So we went to Manchester. We go on city breaks when we don't go on a big family holiday, and I remember the kids being about 11, 12, and we've got sneaker stacks. I don't know if anyone's ever played sneaker stacks. They're like trump cards, but it's like trainers. you know, or hip hop stars or whatever. My husband buys them.
I'd fail miserably.
And so we'd take them with us. So when we go out to the restaurant, we'll get the sneaker stacks out and we'll play cards. And I remember Rachel's come over to us and she's like, I just want to say, that is so beautiful. And I was like, what's beautiful? While I'm whipping my kid's butt. It's card game.
Are you winning?
Yeah, I'm winning. Of course I'm winning. They've got to learn in life. I can't win it. Can't always win everything. And, you know, I'm playing and she's like, oh, that's so beautiful. And I was like, we were all kind of like a bit weird. What? She goes, your kids aren't on phones. None of you are on your phones. And I was like, oh, okay, thanks. Kind of, and it felt a bit weird. But the fact that when we looked around the restaurant, everyone was on their phones. I was speaking earlier on about we have a family meal every day. No, there is no phones at my dinner table. Every day, 6 o'clock. Put your phones away. Sometimes they'll all get them out at the end and they'll, but I don't care what you're doing. Whatever you're doing is not around my dinner table.
How did you take a picture of your dinner and share it with your mates?
Yeah, exactly. That's true. It can't happen. Or it's not doing it. You'll take it before.
Didn't happen.
But it is about intention and recognising that you are addicted and it's not your fault. No. Addiction is a disease, as we know this to be true. There has to be interruption with intent.
I do think, though, that it's shifted. There is a bit of a shift.
Yeah.
There's a wonderful organisation running called the Offline Club. It's a national movement around doing things. And I had this idea, and we're yet to try it in here, but I think Grace would help me adopt it. I've got an idea that when we do these amazing day parties that C58 are doing, I've got the idea that I would charge 30 quid on the door, or it's free if you put your phone in it. Just as a social experiment, just to see
do it.
How many people would pay the 30 quid just to keep their phone on?
Yeah, you can.
You see it a lot more in clubs. I understand. I don't go clubbing. I haven't been clubbing for a while. I'm a granddad now. And actually, I didn't really like them when I wasn't. But you know, ultimately, I was speaking to Sam the other day, and he said it's quite common now to have a no phone dance floor policy in clubs. Is that right?
Yeah.
Give me a nod.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but
no one close clubbing.
No, but I'm a massitive raver.
Yeah,
huge raver.
You don't want someone in
I
your
go out
face with
raving,
your phone.
but now it's funny because you can tell the age range. No disrespect, this is not an ageist thing or a generational clout or anything, but you can see the generational shift. When me and my husband go out, first of all, we just like to big up the day raving community.
It's huge, isn't
all right?
It's growing
day
as well.
raving community. Get up there for about 1, have a couple of drinks, have a bit of a rave, come home on the 4-5 o'clock train. I'm in bed by 9:30, right? Like, it's awesome. We don't get our phones out because we come from a generation of ravers who were never using their phones. Yeah. And also, without giving away too much detail, if phones were around when we were originally raving, that's all I'm saying. All right, I'm not going to say any more. So therefore, no pictures, no evidence, didn't happen. Whereas now, it's like the experience itself is being recorded as the thing to share. Yeah. So it's a different kind of, it's a different way in it.
I'm an optimist.
I think they will be full circle. I think people are getting bored of it now.
I hope so.
They say while streaming on social media.
Yeah, no. Has anyone liked it yet? Lots of people liked it.
Yeah, of course they have. Validation.
Steve, we've got 5 minutes left with you. What's really important to you, the community of St Neots? When we talk about well-being, you know why we're raising money for this space and to support people hold their own budgets and how we spend money on community well-being. What's important from your perspective that local people need to understand from your frame of reference around well-being?
Big question. I think that there's been a sea change in the last 2 years post-COVID because we were all really scared. I had two of the publicans on the show this morning talking about how people stopped going to the pubs because they couldn't. And then when they could, they'd got used to going to the supermarket and buying the beer cheaper.
Habit change.
Or got used to drinking at home. And that in itself leads to all kinds of issues, especially if you're on your own. That's right. Of drinking at home. Yeah. I think, just to narrow it down to that question to this week, the importance of going, don't think of the pub as somewhere just to go and drink alcohol. No. Going along to play darts and meet your mates, to play petanque, the U3A, again.
Oh, lovely people, amazing community.
What an organisation. Oh. They go up to play petanque at the pub, and they'll go in the pub afterwards and have a sandwich and everything else. But the pubs that will thrive are the ones that are the community pubs. I live in Hertford, the other side of Huntingdon, so I'm driving in every morning to do what I do. But back in Hertford, we're very lucky. We've got the King of the Belgians, which is the community pub of the year, 6 years running in this area. Why do they win community pub? Because they embrace the stuff that's going on in the community, and they can be a blueprint for what a lot of other pubs are doing. And I know there are pubs in the town that are already doing that, and let's hope there's going to be more.
Amazing. I think it's so we were talking about with Menno earlier, community-based models are the future. Whether you see that as a strategic thing for you and your business or your pub or whatever you're doing, fine. Or you just see it happen organically. It's going to. There's an amazing organisation called Plunkett, who are a national organisation. They're a charity that help rural communities get ownership of their pubs into communities. Really good. If you ever want case studies to look for how you might do that, save your pubs, save your third spaces, community-owned spaces, look at Plunkett. There's a load of great organisations, but they're a really good one.
But Alex, going back, we had youth clubs, we had scout groups, we had brownies.
Mate,
we
here we go. Let's go,
We
Danny.
had all of those things.
That bit.
But now, why are they not there? There's umpteen reasons, but one of them is we went through a period of austerity, which closed all these things down. Libraries closed.
I know.
We need to look at what we want out of life, because we've only got a limited time on this planet.
Yes.
And I say this. It's a phrase that a former Prime Minister David Cameron used of Tony Blair. He said to him, and I've started using this: "You were the future once." Now I look at myself in the mirror and say, "Well, I'm still the now," but my future is limited compared to a 20-year-old.
Yes.
So let's enjoy what limited time we got on this planet, and let's not get too obsessed with the, liking someone's dinner or whatever.
That
so I need to practice what I'm preaching right now, and step back. I'm interested. I came off X, as it's called now, because it was toxic. But Facebook used to be friends reunited with pictures and videos. It's now drip, drip. We've sorted the algorithm out. So let's send you some holidays, and let's send you this. Oh, goodness gracious! Let's pop down to the cafe and have a brew and have a talk to somebody. Let's pop down to the cafe and have a brew and talk to somebody.
Do that. Yes. Do some of that. More of that. Yes, please. and understand and bring it. So Danielle and I have this incredible privilege today, and we're already realising it bit by bit, of this threading of things that are coming through. Allow for the elders of our community in a place like St Neots, which is a small town. All right, it's a big town, but it's a small place. Allow the elders of our community, the people that really understand the social constructs of the way things get done and the social capital that we all share, to allow them to spread that. We talked about how Walk and Talk for Men refer to this and to that. We spoke with Nick Johnson talking about GPs, social prescribing, getting into nature. We allow for that. That works just fine. I'm not on Facebook. Sorry, guys. All right. For business, I'll go on there and do my thing.
Find you there, yeah.
But then it's gone.
Yeah, because
that is a community.
Because there is an element of, if I'm not on them, then no one can find me. Yeah, they can. Yeah, they can find you.
Of course they can.
Yeah.
Love that. Consti.
Yes, Consti.
But the Liveathon is here
on Facebook.
The Liveathon is here for today, but it won't be tomorrow. It'll be hopefully here in 12 months. But the community radio station in this town will be here tomorrow and the next week and the week after that, championing all the causes that you're talking about this morning. And more. And
we appreciate you, the rest of the Black Cat community. We love you. We're part of your community.
Absolutely.
Regular guests. Thank you so much for all you do for us and for taking the time to speak up.
One last thing before I go.
Go on.
Jamie Archer doing these
He
workouts.
sends his love, man.
He must have sent his love.
He says, I love you. He says, I love you, Steve.
He's been trying to raise a grand. He was about 160 quid short when I lost luck last night.
Anyone got a quid?
So
come on,
stick
your quid in there.
Well done.
And thanks for having me, by the way.
Go on, Steve.
Yeah, lovely to see you. Can I leave you with one thought?
Go on, Steve.
It's a line from one of my favourite songs by my favourite band, Jethro Tull.
I was about to say about the song thing. We couldn't do the song thing today. Go on.
A line is, it's only the giving that makes you what you are. Amen. Leave you with that one.
Love that.
Absolute pleasure, Steve. Thank you, sweetheart. So nice to see you. Oh, look after yourself, my darling. Feel all energised after that one. Feel all energised. Right, the studio is really, really packed now. I'm like, whoa, where do all the people come from? Yeah, there's some people.
I'm going to do a story. I'm going to do an Insta story from behind here so you can see. If you go to Citizen Hub Instagram, you'll see behind us, we are filling up. Hold on. But there's more room for you. By the way, we have chairs. This happens every day in the Citizen Hub. It all gets rearranged constantly. So if you feel uncomfortable, grab a chair, grab a sofa, grab a bag, whatever. Just sit wherever you want. Sit on the benches here. Just don't touch anything over there. Let me just show you what's going on over here. Debs, give us a wave. I can see you. Beautiful. So you thought that was inspiring. You wait till what I've got coming for you next. It's gonna.
Well, who's
be
here? Who's here? Because I
fire,
need to double check.
fire.
Actually, I don't know where I am. Let me put my glasses on. Oh, we've got Lewis.
Yeah,
Lewis
yes.
Carriman.
Oh, you wait. Okay.
Nice.
Right. So,
How are we for time, Alex?
I think we're good. It's 10:00. We caught up a little bit. We're 10:02.
Oh, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
So if
Good.
we finish on time here, we might have a wee.
Yes, let's do
How's
that.
that?
Yeah, well, right, guys, we need to literally get everyone off because we need a wee. We need a wee.
Okay.
Who's going to be our fillers this
Okay,
time?
quiet in the studio. Quiet in the community. You want to come and sit with me?
Yeah,
Mate, I just want a hug. Let me just give this man a hug. I miss you, brother.
Bless you, brother. Need a hug. Thank you. Yeah. I'm a bit emotional, but
Are you alright? You're in a safe space, mate. You're in a safe space. You're in the best place to be.
do I need to be here?
Yeah, just a little bit closer,
you're
that's
right,
it.
yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay, we good? Silly Nick. Bless you. Mate, this is going to fill up in there. Right. So, how would you like to start this conversation?
I guess I could just start with a bit about how I got into boxing.
Yeah?
So my dad owns a takeaway in Cambridge. I think I was about 8 years old, and this guy come in. He had a broken nose, and I looked at him. But I was really curious about just what he does, and so I asked him, and he said he's a professional boxer, and I was like, oh, I want to get involved in boxing. I'm telling you this because it's quite funny. So my mum said she'll take me along to boxing, and I was like, okay. So I went. I think I was 8 or 9. I went. The smell was just so sensory, these sweaty gloves. And I remember going in, and the man was like, "Get some gloves," and they were just sweaty. And then there was this guy, and he was just hitting the pads "Ush, ush, 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 ush." And I was like, I started crying. I just burst into
Oh, bless
tears.
you.
And then, I just didn't go back. But obviously now I teach boxing, predominantly to young people in alternative education, all sorts of young people. But I do that very organically. But yeah, it's just interesting how that initial moment I burst into tears, didn't go back for until I was about 13. But I was always curious about boxing, so I kind of shared that because I thought, how did I continue? And I was really scared that day I went. I was really intimidated, and I didn't want to go back. But I pursued that passion that I have.
We were just talking to a guy called Dominic, who was talking about kind of recognizing pivoting in our careers or our dreams or whatever. And so sharing that story kind of shows that you had an idea in an initial activation, didn't like it, came back, and then kind of went back into it again, and that pivot in and of itself is absolutely fine. You went back to it.
Exactly, yeah.
You've been pivoting ever since, my friend.
Yeah. On my legs, yeah. Yeah. To be honest as well, and I was going to also share so I actually, because I in the 90s, a lot of Van Damme films, Bruce Lee.
Oh, mate.
So I got very involved in
Yes.
my dad was showing me he shouldn't have shown me those films, quite young, but I wanted to be like Van Damme. So I actually took up karate, and I wanted to highlight this again because I think this is key, and this is my approach when I coach. This was the first time I ever experienced mass humiliation, and it was from a coach that I had so it come to a week where you have karate gradings, and you have to remember a sequence. But I was really poor at that time at remembering stuff, maybe due to stress and like childhood stuff. And there was about 30 kids in the hall. I think there was more actually, but 30 in my group. I think I was going to go up to from white belt to I think it was yellow. And after I thought I'd done well, and he called me to the side. And he pointed at all the other kids and he goes, there's kids here younger than you and they remember the sequences. Why don't you? Why don't you?
Wow.
And I remember going to my parents and they were like, what's wrong? What's wrong? But I couldn't articulate that to them. I felt like a deep shame. He'd like shamed me in front of everyone. And that stuck with me, and I think that has shaped the way I kind of like approach young people. I never want to bring shame on them. I only want to affirm them. I only want to encourage them. So yeah.
Broken intergenerational trauma.
Exactly. Exactly. So I remember that time, and it was so, and he's like the head of this karate school. Like it's quite big. It was nationwide. And I just like, that stuck with me, that moment. And then obviously in hindsight, I'm only thinking now, as I've like reflected on why I'm coaching, I've used that time and try to make it into a positive. So never try to humiliate any person. Always be like, try to adapt to the person as well and be patient. You know, not everyone's going to get the skill of boxing or the skill of martial art. It's just having that patience to be with them.
You've got a person-centered approach, right?
Exactly.
A person-centered approach is taking that thing that everybody learns differently. Some people might never have felt humiliated by that. Some people might have felt challenged by it, activated by it. But you can't assume that everyone's going to feel that way.
Exactly.
So it's about picking up the nuances and in personality, especially when you hold a position of authority. For me, it's about understanding that individual's needs and then applying your coaching skills or your teaching skills, teachers, to, you know, I promise, Rachel, I'm not going to talk about school. That's why,
It's like jab.
But it's about, and you know, it sounds as if your practice is taking that experience that you've had and never applying it and then doing something different, which is really nice to hear.
Yeah, I think because I now understand like how fragile I was as a kid and how sensitive I was to authority. Like, you know, I won't go into it too much, but my childhood is very like traumatic. And for me, for people to speak down on me, not to affirm me, not to encourage me, my whole self-worth
It's linked to that.
is linked to that. So, you know, that's why when I approach any young person or any person, I have that at the forefront of my mind, but also realize that as humans, we're fragile.
Yes.
And, you know, I could easily break someone with a word. They say sticks and stones may break your bones, but words will never hurt me.
Yeah,
but that's the biggest lie going.
Yeah.
Words, Gabor Mate says that words are really important. He's a trauma-informed counsellor.
Yes.
Like he's amazing. But and that's partly I love him as well, because he says he doesn't wish trauma upon anyone, but like it can be a great teacher and teach you wisdom. And I think that's what trauma has taught me in my life is wisdom. One example I wanted to give of that is when, so I was 21. I had a dear friend. Like we were inseparable as kids, and we supported each other a lot in our kind of childhood trauma. But he sadly like took his life 13, 14 years ago, quite horrifically and quite aggressively as well. Yeah. But at that time I got into Thai boxing, like really like put all my energy into that. And again, hindsight is really good. But at the time I didn't realize I was grieving, but I was using all that kind of that grief, and I challenged it into my first like competitive fight. I also had like a mentor, which was my coach. So he was that father figure for me. He was encouraging me, but at the same time I had like a positive outlet. I weren't like taking that aggression out
On someone's face.
on someone in the street.
Yeah.
I was going into a competitive experience. I was allowed to bash the guy up. And I remember the first week, I think after 2 weeks after my friend had passed away, I was fighting. That was my first fight. And I remember the guy had come out looking really big, and my mum was scared. And I like, Mum, I'm going to take him.
Yeah, I need to get rid
and
of
I
it.
just smashed him to pieces. But I didn't realize at the time I was using all that energy and all that grief and all that anxiety I just took it out in the ring. It was a
Yeah.
safe place.
It was a safe place.
Yeah.
Maybe not for them,
No,
but it's a safe space, and that
Exactly.
is that recognition. And even if you didn't understand it at the time,
no.
the recognition to your point, you know, hindsight, and that's why I think, especially for men as well. And I you know, I'm not talking from lived experience, but from my experience in my knowledge around mental health, that those situations that are not contained tend to be the arenas where damage is caused, not
Yeah.
because of that person's intent to go out and hurt, but because of the holding down, the masking, the keeping
Exactly.
it down, and then something sparking something and then exploding.
Yeah.
And a lot of people end up ruining their lives as a result of that. They might end up incarcerated as a result of
Yes.
something that they didn't mean to do, but they were triggered and then they
Definitely.
exploded. So having an outlet, especially for testosterone
Yeah.
in men, is super important.
Yeah.
You know, and that feeling of anger in a controlled arena.
Exactly, yeah.
It's really. You know what? I immediately got emotional when Lewis walks on this.
I saw that.
This guy, when I meet people, Sam walked in at the same time, which is really interesting. I met Lewis through Sam, and you can always trust a youth worker.
Oh, bless you,
I
brother.
appreciate you, man.
Yeah, he's really emotional. He's tired as well. He's
I'm
not
tired.
sleeping
Yeah.
since
Well,
12 o'clock.
But I just want to know. I want you to know I appreciate.
Yeah, bless you.
I know your story.
Likewise,
I know
yeah.
your story. I know.
Likewise, yeah.
I know what you're going through. I know what you've been through.
Yeah,
What you do is so important.
thank you.
I know Sam would say the same.
Bless you. Thank you.
I haven't got any questions right now. You're going to have to carry me on
So
this
yes, so
one.
tell me more about kind of the coaching. So we've talked a little bit about your experience shaping what you do,
Yeah, exactly.
and you've talked about how important it is, and your job now as a coach.
Yes.
How much do you find yourself in a position of privilege for the young people that you look after?
Yeah, recently I wrote down like a vision that I have, because I've kind of been doing this for like 10 years, like on and off, working for like youth charities, working with a homeless shelter. And I think really I've kind of now trying to grasp what my vision is, and it's kind of to help young people, but in specific like those that are neat, those that come from childhood adverse trauma, those that have mental health issues, but for me to be like a guide and a role model. And so obviously like now I'm thinking I want to equip myself as much as possible, so I'm doing a mental health and exercise coach award,
Nice.
which is kind of about shaping exercise around, not about like extrinsic motivations, but intrinsic.
Yeah.
And then I'm using that, like I go to a school, the New Meaning Foundation in Water Beach, and I've kind of noticed myself like in between, like using the pauses within the sessions to like, I talked about my story with them last week. I haven't offered for them to share and be vulnerable with me, because often if I'm vulnerable, and I think that's why young people are vulnerable with me, because I'm happy to share. I'm even happy to share what's going on now with them, and I do. You know, like I said to them, I will never take you for a ride. I'll always share with you my lived experience. I will never make out I'm someone I'm not.
Yeah.
So you can always approach me. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's funny. So I've never met you before,
Yeah.
ever. But I'm the chief executive of a national charity called Black Minds Matter UK. We look after mental health of the black community in the UK. And we're recently doing a program at the moment which is all about lived experience and how important lived experience is, but also from a person. And I've been struggling with this for years. I don't know if we've ever sat down and really discussed my childhood. It's not something
I know enough, but
yeah,
not the
probably.
deep.
So my childhood was, right, a lot. It's a lot. And it's not always appropriate for me to talk about it, especially my role as a chief executive. I can't be that vulnerable person all the time. It's not appropriate in my role. But certainly when I go out and speak on public forums like this, I'll go into a little bit more detail where appropriate. But one of the things that we've been thinking about as an organisation, and I've certainly been thinking about as a leader in regards to lived experience, which is why I also want to talk to you about the advisory board. When people have come with lived experience, they're also sometimes required to open up an awful lot of trauma.
Yeah.
And if that trauma is unhealed or
not speaking
acknowledged. Yeah. How do we keep ourselves protected? Because they say that trauma is like an open wound that just kind of scabs over a little bit, but every time you talk about it, you open it again. So it never heals properly because you're always required to open it again.
Yes.
And so how do you kind of, or do you even think like that? Is there an element of you that is, okay, this is where my lived experience is appropriate and wanted.
Yes.
But this is where my experience of that has led me to sit in this space and leave with just that.
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's right.
I think for me, because I've gone on, like, I've always accepted that, like, so initially, like, when my friend died, I went and sought counselling.
Yeah.
I've always had that courage.
Yes, yeah, good.
And that has come from my faith and stuff. So that has driven me towards those areas. And I think for me, the last, like, I'm 36 now, but the last 10, like, since he passed away has been a time of me growing an awareness of my trauma. So it's kind of like, it's been a journey, but on that journey, I've learned, like, you know, it's not one size fit all. And I've had to, like, navigate this. And I feel like that experience is where I can share with young people, like, just get involved, let's get started on something, and then let's shape it. Because, like, you might do something, like some therapy, and it might not be appropriate for you.
That's right.
So it's always kind of like, my experience, I can buffer for them. I can be like, okay, don't just give up on that.
Yeah.
Let's look into it a bit more. Like, but also, like, at the same time, let's have the courage to face it. I can offer that courage to them, because I've been in a place where, like, I don't want to even go there with that. Yeah.
But you can see what the requirements or what would be helpful for them perhaps in that situation would be. Cool.
Yeah.
I recovered. I've had a little wobble.
No problem.
That's all right.
Back in the game. I want to talk about this because young people are what. I think that's where I get emotional when I spend time with you or Sam, or when I never get too close to it. You'll notice. Sam will tell you, because I have like 5 experiences and I'm like,
yeah, you're a wreck.
I haven't got this steel that you and Sam hold. I'm just in awe. What are some of the traits and challenges that you're seeing in some of these young people that you're working with? Because you're getting them in their rawest form a lot of the time. You're getting these young people come to you in their raw, and it's got a lot of anger there. What are you seeing in some of the young people that you're working with, and what are those? How quickly do you see those kind of transformations come through?
I think it's like, I think I learnt from Romsey when I was working at Romsey Mill in Cambridge.
Big shout out to Romsey. You did their first day training there. To all the young people.
It's about intentionality, and I think I learn't that. And we were like, our work was so layered. Like, half of the stuff we weren't getting paid for, you know. Like, we were putting on this group. So there's loads of young people just being managed moved, but they weren't going to school. They were like 13, 15, but at risk of a lot of. One of them passed away recently, actually, due to risky behavior. But yeah, like, we just kind of, we went above and beyond. We went that extra mile. And I mean, that's not for everyone. You can't do that. But I still have that approach even now. Like, for example, there was a school I'm working at. Some reason it ended. And I just reached out to the teacher because I had a good contact. And I invited the boys. They really needed the boxing at the time as well. Like, one of them even said to me, like, since you've gone, my aggression has got worse.
Yeah, no outlet.
And no outlet,
So perfect. It's a
yes,
perfect
no
thing
outlet.
to do.
Yeah, so he's coming to this Sunday session that I do. Some other young people are actually paying for it, Cameron and Lewis.
No way.
Yeah,
So Lewis was here from midnight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he got back. I don't know if he's
wow.
here still. Or
No. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
he was here. He texted me.
Wow.
So Lewis and Lewis, who was here earlier, who was asleep when you got here probably. He texted me at like 10 or something, saying, "Hey, I saw what you're doing. I just want to come and hang out."
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, you just missed him, man.
So
they learned from you.
Yeah. I like mentored them, and then they're paying for.
Yeah. Perfect. Pay it forward.
Like,
right?
I'm not waiting for anyone.
Yeah,
that's basically what I'm learning, is that I'm not waiting for anyone to give. Like, I'm not a savior. I know that, but if I can offer something, I will offer it, and I will go beyond that.
Yeah.
Because boxing is my passion.
Yeah.
Coaching it to be honest, I've been like shaping my passion. I think it's people, but in specific young people.
Young people.
I just use the boxing as an opportunity.
So you're like the male, like seriously, the male version of me in terms of my journey, right?
Yeah.
If you come from adverse childhood experiences,
Yes.
which is what we discussed,
Yes.
then what happens is you kind of develop, or what often happens is that you develop an understanding of your own experience and your own wish to break generational trauma, your
Yes.
own wish to never see whatever happened to you happen to anyone else. Resilience to the point where when Alex said to you, you know, that strength comes from desensitification of the things you've been through. Because some of the things that I've been through when I was young, people would be to me, Danielle, how on earth did you get through that? I'm like, because it was just part of my life. I didn't know that was anything abnormal. I did know it was not abnormal in the time, but you have, you know, you kind of mask or you cover it up or whatever it may or may not be. When you get to adulthood, if you're anything like me, you develop your businesses around the feelings and thoughts around not wanting that to happen to anyone else.
Yes.
So with my business, my CIC, it was around physical mental health first aid training. Physical first aid training, because when I lived in a refuge with my mum, after domestic violence with my dad, all the women in there had children, and I was a child, and I didn't want them parents to never know what to do if their kids become injured. Or that wasn't because I had a great idea of this amazing.
No.
It was because of where I was and what I went through that led me to having an idea around what I saw as a gap.
Exactly. Yeah.
Does that make sense? And that's what happens. And it's fascinating when you hear about kind of social entrepreneurship. It's either through a gap or through lived experience.
Definitely.
And that's, for me, obviously, coming from that experience, is when you find business owners who are so resilient against stuff, because actually in comparison to the stuff, this is nothing. Running a business, I'm just going to do it.
Yeah.
And you're not going to stop me from doing it. I'm going to find a way to do
They
it.
tend to make fantastic
Yes,
entrepreneurs.
exactly.
Yeah.
And social entrepreneurs. So, you know, you're even like the Lewis paying it forward. That's a business. That's a role in of itself,
Exactly.
right? Pay it forward. And I'm thinking we need to hook up.
Yeah, that would be good.
I did say to you.
Yes, you did. He did say that, actually.
And
yes.
this man, you know, you're a humble man, but you need that. You need
Oh,
that
yeah,
right
I
now.
do,
You need
yeah.
that support.
Yeah,
I do
I'm
need
up
support.
for it.
What he's building is
Yeah.
with a lot of context in
Yes.
his life.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
needs our support.
Yeah. Love that.
You got that.
Yes.
You know that anyway. Do you want to talk about what you're doing right now? Because I know there was a specific thing you wanted to talk about in terms
Oh,
of
yeah.
promoting something. 'Cause we're gonna go
Oh
cover
yeah,
the
with
stuff.
Victor, yeah. So I've been so again, like that kind of, because I'm deeply relational, and that's how life has made me. I was working with a young man at an alternative provision in Cambridge. He came out of there. He was, you know, I don't want to slate them, like I'm not, but you know, I don't think there was guidance
Yeah, it
or
wasn't good enough.
what are you going to do after, basically. And he didn't have much of an idea of what he was going to do. And then he just showed interest, like he wanted to do some boxing. So because I care for my son at the moment, I have quite a bit of time where I want to actually do something for myself as well. And I enjoy the coaching. That's something that gives back to me personally. So I just said to him, let's train once a week. That turned into twice a week, turned into a period of like 6 months, 3 times a week. I was just doing that for free. But in that time, I was using all my youth work skills. We'd walk to the gym, we'd walk back. So in that time, we're having conversations about everything, you know, like work, his mental health, my mental health. I'm sharing my life with him. He's sharing his life with me, you know, and that's walking together, shoulder by shoulder, just offering as much support as I can. He ended up getting a job, but that, you know, is kind of ended now. But again, he's kind of at the place where I think he's unsure again, but he wants to box. I mean, I don't think, he's a good boxer. He's a good boxer. But there's things I need to work on him still, or someone work alongside him with just on I think he lacks self-belief. He needs a bit of mentoring. Like, that's the thing with him. I don't necessarily, because I've offered him opportunities to be like, go to this amateur gym, but he wants that relationship with me.
Yes.
And I need to kind of help him, you know,
Spread his wings.
spread his wings, but also get the support that he needs. I think that's the thing, like you were saying with the childhood we have. We know, like, I can tell, like, there's something missing for him, because why doesn't he have that drive? Why doesn't he have that motivation? Why? Because there's a professional boxer in our gym, and he said, you could be a national champion. And I've said that to him many times, but when that guy said it to him, he smiled like, yeah, I can do this. And, that guy's pretty good. And I was just thinking, but why does he not have that belief in himself?
And that's the question that it's the golden question. And it's not necessarily even something that we need to answer.
Yeah.
It's something to help them come to
Exactly.
their own realization.
Yeah.
And that's where structured mentoring can come in, or a long period of time. So that, because actually sometimes what underpins that is a loss. So almost thinking this is going to end.
Yes.
So I'm just going to hold on to it for as long as I can, regardless of what that looks like, just in its present guise.
Exactly.
And I just need to hold on to it.
Growth is a bit scary, actually.
Growth is very scary. And and often, like when you're in therapy, they say you have to end. Therapy has to end. You cannot walk through your life with a therapist holding your hand every day. As nice as that might be for people, you can't. You have to stand on your own 2 feet, and you have to develop resilience and ownership on your own life. But it has to be done with support and care and love.
What can we do for? Because I know Victor.
Yeah.
I've known Victor since he was a couple of years younger.
How old is he now? I think
Must be 18. Sure,
yeah, turning 18. I think this year. Yeah.
And I remember I've seen you and Sam and the love and support. What can we do for Victor?
Well, yeah. So I'm doing a crowdfund. It's just so like I can train him once a week for now, but hopefully like maybe I'll meet other people and they can give me advice how to really like mentor him. That's my dream for him. It's not to be a professional boxer. I want him to build that resilience, that kind of that self-worth, help him to understand
and
that.
live a good life.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah. But he needs, he needs people like that. The thing is that he has access to me, then I have access to you guys, access to a bigger platform. I can offer him that support, and that's what I've tried to do with Lewis and Cameron. Is that
and you've done it?
Yeah,
you've done it, and they're in a good place.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're doing it, and you're walking it.
Yeah.
So what we do off the back of today, so after every speaker, we've got a citizen lounge WhatsApp group that we're developing. So every speaker that comes on joins the lounge. So as the day goes, we got 41 of you. I don't know how I'm going to survive this. Honestly, I've done well not to cry so far. You did it though.
God bless you.
Let's make sure we follow up.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
We follow up. Let's sort it out.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah.
Nice
Make
to
sure
meet
you go
you.
say hello
Thank
to
you.
Sam.
Yes.
Really excited to
Yeah,
hear
is he
about that.
upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go see him.
I'm looking upstairs.
Someone show him upstairs.
There's some stairs.
He'd love a hug right now.
Cool. Bless
Appreciate
him.
it, man.
Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, look forward to staying in touch. Don't cry, Alex. We've got someone else on. Yeah, that was great conversation. Nice to meet you. I'm on my own. Alex needs to go and chill out for 5 minutes. It's a beautiful thing, man. And I think actually one of the main things about this conversation today, or this collection of conversations today, is when you're talking about mental health, you're bringing people's humanity, right? You're bringing people's experiences, and it's not always good. And what I mean by that, it's not always happy and beautiful, like the whole adage to Blue Monday, to go on holiday. Because actually, this whole Blue Monday thing was about like going on holiday for the travel companies. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like capitalism at its finest, right? Encourage, there is a problem, and here is a solution. And the solution involves you putting your hand in your pocket. Yeah, let's make you poorer. Let's send you away. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So on today, that is Blue Monday. Again, we're talking about mental health and all the things that come with that. But wellness, well-being, mental health, life. I think for me, as you've probably heard me speaking to Alex about, it has to be an element of acceptance of what we've been through in our lives, what we will go through in our lives, resilience, lack of resilience, pressure, all of them. And yeah, recovery is not linear, right? It's up and down, and it's acceptance. And a lot of people, I think, especially in today's society, I overcome, I did this, I did that. And it leads us into a really, really kind of unsafe space of, if I don't overcome, then it's on me, right? Yeah, like I'm the person, I failed. I'm not as good as that person who has overcome and, recovered really well. And it's interesting, I'm probably using my own vulnerability here, but my dad lives with a diagnosis of schizophrenia and has done my entire life. And people talk about kind of mental health and recovery. And I'm like, when it comes to mental health, especially with diagnosable conditions or diagnosis like schizophrenia, which is probably one of the most, if not the most difficult mental health diagnosis ever. Sometimes there isn't a recovery that some people would find acceptable. Does that make sense? And for me, it's that element of, but people can become so well that they can go out and they can do this and they can do that. But there are some people living with schizophrenia or with other diagnosable conditions that getting out of the house for the one day is enough. Do you know what I mean? And absolutely fair play. It's not necessarily about interjecting. No, it isn't. Absolutely, an acceptance of that. Do you know what I mean? So a lot of what we're talking about today is going to be triggering an awful lot of this stuff for a lot of people. You're right, babe?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Nice. So I've just been telling people my deepest, darkest life stories. With my dad with his diagnosis of schizophrenia, and I don't talk about it a lot. It's my business. I'm quite a private person, but I also think it's important with lived experience, especially when we're talking about well-being and mental health, that we have an expectation and understanding of reality for some people, and that reality is not a bad thing. Reality is reality.
It is what it is.
And if you can understand, it is what it is. I've got that tattooed on my arm, actually tattooed on my arm. And the reason I got that tattooed on my arm is because sometimes you're just faced with what it is you have in life. And I find it fascinating. I get challenged so much by that tattoo.
Really?
Yeah, people see it, and I love a challenge. I do love a challenge. And the latest one, I got told about a tattoo on my arm by somebody that it was a very limiting sentence. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, well, you're just accepting it for what it is then. I said, yeah, that's right. And she said, but it means that, that you're not willing. I said, stop there. Stop there. I'm accepting it for what it is. Now, for me, what I choose to do with that afterwards is the bit I have control over. It's not assuming I'm stuck. It's not assuming I'm accepting. It's not assuming anything, babes. I didn't say that to her.
You did.
Not the babes
you
bit.
did hear though.
Right,
You did hear though.
I'm not assuming anything, babes. But it's telling me that I've got to stop and focus on what is being presented to me right now. And then it's up to me with what I have in my power at the time to then crack on with whatever is necessary from that. Whatever that is. And sometimes it might just be crying. Actually, we're talking about crying. I texted Alex on Saturday night, right? I watched The Green Mile on Saturday.
For the first time.
Look at their faces. They're like,
First time.
Right, everyone in here is going, oh. Girl. Ugly crying. Like, my husband was sitting next to me and he's got his hand on my hand while he's going himself, right? I was an absolute wreck. Like, and again, when we talk about like mental health and well-being, the empathy I felt during watching that film was the thing that created the crying. It was so many ways, man. Like, I was broken. Thanks, Doug. Next time, next time my husband goes, oh, should we just watch this film on Saturday night? I'll be like, what's it about? How long's it for? And we'll like cry. Exactly.
I just put in a nice one. I'm watching Bad Boys 2. Right. Okay.
Right, you're back.
I'm back in the game, and I'm excited about this conversation actually because we've got two key influencers in the town and the way things are moving forward.
Awesome.
On the sofa together, which is very exciting for us for a future conversation about the place. So
Who we
place
got?
level.
Who's come?
Richard Shaw, Ian Solomon. You're welcome to Estate. Cheers. Be careful of all the stuff.
Oh, I recognise you. We had a conversation on my doorstep.
He did tell me that.
Hi, nice to see you again on this platform.
Yes.
You all right?
Yes, I am very well.
You might need a pivot on the old mics. Just give it a good pull, as they say.
Yeah. But just a bit better.
I'm too
Yeah,
There
you're
you
too
go,
tall.
that's it,
We've
perfect.
he said it so it's really directional. So, although I think after the last conversation, everyone seems to be hooked into the conversation now.
Yes.
So, well done, Lewis. And also, Lewis, I was checking back on the comments. There's loads of love and support for you that will come off this. Awesome. So so Richard was booked to come on and talk about his lived experience, which, if we get a chance, we must give time to. And maybe that will happen today, maybe it will happen another time.
Okay, no problem.
But actually, when Ian said he was around, I was like, well, here we go, right? We've got the chair of St Neots Initiative. We've got our MP. Let's have a talk about place. Let's talk about the future of place and how do we include well-being in that conversation. How do we build an inclusive economy that includes conversations about how we look after each other and the elders, and how do we connect things? And and I know, because I see it in here every day, and sometimes both of you are participants in that conversation, in those conversations where it's like, well, here's what we can do. And actually the Citizen Hub is a prime example of this, right? So the job set, so when we first launched, Ian come to the launch, said, Alex, what can I do? I said, well, I need the job centre work coaches in here. I don't want them in Huntingdon. I need them in here. Within a week, he's stood up in Parliament, saying to Liz Kendall at the time, highlighting the project, what we need to get these job centre work coaches in here. I'll get called down to the Parliament. We have a great meeting with your team, have a conversation with DWP. Suddenly, all the barriers are removed from DWP, and we have job centre work coaches in the Citizen Hub. And to you might say that's a small intervention, which for you, in the grand scheme of everything you're working on, that may well be. But it shows highlight where you can, in your position of power, influence different things within our communities that make things happen. In the same light, when we're having cross conversations, sometimes, even when Ian's in the room, I might say, Richard, we'll just deal with that one ourselves, shall we? AKA, financial hubs and whatever else that may well come. And I think that's the beauty, and that's fine, because you can't do it all. We were talking about this bit as earlier. It's like that grassroots, that's important. That's where that innovation is going to take place. That rebellious energy is good energy. And I wanted to just invite you both to the conversation to say, what do you think about some of that?
Yeah, and just before you start, first of all, politics and me, and that's all I'm going to say. But actually, it's born out of me feeling that there has never really been any interaction whatsoever with any MPs who gave a damn. Like, it was almost kind of like a top-down approach. They don't really care. Why on earth? I'm not even going to vote. That kind of mentality, which I'm totally not in, by the way, but, that kind of thing. And you knocked on my door one day, and I was in a mood to talk.
Oh, brilliant.
And we chatted on my doorstep for about half an hour, and you kind of walked away from there knowing exactly how I felt about the infrastructure, or the lack of, and in lived experience of my children and what I wanted to see for them. And to hear that you've gone on and heard what's going on the ground, and then implemented some of that into the areas to which you work in your role, it's heartening, and it's the first time I have ever seen it in St Neots, first of all. And second of all, to see that that's transferable to the places where you operate, listening to the people on the ground, has been absolutely wonderful to see. So thank you for representing
that,
actually.
Credit, and Ian will also be an advocate. Will be the first to say I'm not easy to deal with most of the time. So that's not me saying, "Hey, everything's wonderful." That's me giving credit where credit's due.
That's absolutely
credit where credit's due.
Yeah.
So, Ian, do you want to introduce yourself and do you have an opening perspective around the future of kind of inclusive economy and well-being within St Neots?
Yeah, sure. For those that don't know me, I'm Ian Solomon. I'm the MP for St Neots and Mid Cambridgeshire. So the constituency itself extends all the way east to the edge of Cambridge. But St Neots is obviously the major settlement and sort of quite a big focus of my attention. But actually, across the constituency, the problems are the same. They're slightly different in the villages from the town, but we're all sort of struggling along with all sorts of difficulties at the moment. Cost of living particularly is still really hard, access to health services, access to mental health services has been a focus, and it's things like the Citizen Hub, where communities can come together, that really do make a difference. And what excited me when I first came to St Neots was the sense of ownership that people in St Neots take, and this part of the world take. There's a real sense of, you know what, things aren't happening, so we're going to try and do something ourselves.
We're a rebellious bunch.
Yeah. And in a way that, you know, that makes my job easier. You know, yes, you know, I stood up and asked the question. I'm the one that stands up and asks the question of Liz Kendall in Parliament to say, can we please get the job coaches here? But there'd been all that background work done, both by really good people in DWP.
Yeah, absolutely. Big shout out to Julia Nix in particular, legend. Yeah, she, you know, really wanted to see something happen. What I found really interesting about that whole process was you know, I didn't want to sort of feel like, he's asked a question and then something's happened, you know, when so many others had made that effort. But it was, what I later found out was that because it put Liz Kendall as the Secretary of State on the spot, and she was like, yeah, of course that's a good idea. That cut through a whole layer of bureaucracy in the Honestly,
DWP.
I've never seen anything like it. The regional manager at the time said to me, in 30 years of working at DWP, I've never seen red tape removed like that. Because, like you say, spotlight's on.
Yes, and the work's been done.
The
it's
work's
not just
there,
an idea,
relationship.
the solution's there, right?
The solution's there, that's the key. Yeah, that is key.
Yeah, so I mean,
no, fair play.
You know, absolutely didn't want to take any glory, you know, overstate my role in that, because the hard work had been done by others. But it was really, really gratifying to be able to, you know, give that kick or that push in the right place.
Also, not to underplay your role, right? Your role in that was to take the idea to the place where the permission was granted. Do you know what I mean, almost? And one of the things that Alex and I always have chatted about before is that, there's so much great stuff, like, why are they not listening? Why are those gatekeepers the ones, why? And so for you to introduce that idea and be the gatekeeper is phenomenal. That's exactly what's needed, right?
And that's what, you know, a big part of my role is being able to try and make those connections in the right places, ask the right questions in the right places to get things moving. You know, a lot of the time, you know, you can find yourself, particularly as an opposition politician. So for those that don't know, I'm a Lib Dem, so I'm on the opposition benches. You can feel like you're banging your head against the wall, exactly the same as what you were saying. Why are they doing this? Why aren't they thinking? Why aren't they thinking this through? But there are those opportunities to just give that sort of gentle push here and there. And we've got so many great ideas in St Neots. There's so many good things happening.
It's the best town in the country. Well, simple as that.
I mean,
the end.
I would certainly agree. The thing is, there's probably 650 MPs that would, or 649 others that would say that. In fact, when you first elected, you give your maiden speech, and it can be quite formulaic. It follows a standard form that you talk about your constituency rather than necessarily the topic of the debate. And if you listen to some of these, every single constituency is the best constituency in the country.
Of course they are.
But of course,
we are.
649 other MPs are wrong, and I'm
absolutely.
right.
Well done. You're right. Yeah. Richard, where do your thoughts come in? Because you've come into, so you're not long-standing St Neots resident, are you? But the time you've been here, you've been pretty active. And in the work that you've been doing since you took over at St Neots Initiative in May last year.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
You've been, I think you've been instrumental in, we talked about earlier, my role as a leader. If anyone doesn't know, I'm a wartime leader. I'm the bulldozer that comes in and causes a bit of mess. And then people like Richard come along, or Katie, as we met earlier.
Put some structure
and say,
around it.
Sorry about him, but he has got a point. Should we build some stuff around that? Where's your perspective on this conversation?
I think what St Neots Initiative can achieve is to create well-being across the geography of the town, not just within a really safe space like this, which is where we're based. And it's the space that creates very safe conversations, open conversations, a place where citizens can come along and follow a theme that we may be highlighting, or for the business leaders to come along and talk about the challenges that they've got. And we're an organisation that just listens, and that's something, credit to you, you set up. What we're now trying to do across the whole town is, having listened, create a bigger safe space, whether that's about the nighttime economy, whether that's a vibrant hospitality sector, whether that's creating a high street that is a high street that's got shops in it, as opposed to being turned into residential properties, whether it's the disappearance of banking, which happened way too soon before the community was ready for it.
Yep.
And those sorts of things, and then picking it up and saying, actually, as we've done a few times, you know, we might be able to do something about this. Let's just have a go. Yeah. And people seem to like that approach. And to create spaces that are in the control of the community, create spaces that, as needs change, the reliance is on not on a landlord, but it's on a community group, a community interest company that maybe can change what it does to suit the needs of the community that it serves. So moving somewhere like this, kind of 2018, Sue and I moved here.
Sue's over there, legend. Got to give a big shout out to Sue, the listener award of the year for the Citizen Hub for the work she does.
Hey.
Sue volunteers here on just for the audience who don't know about the Chatty Cafe scheme in the Hub on a Friday morning. Sue not only gladly but like encouragingly brings others along her to hold a safe space for people that are kind of facing loneliness and isolation. It's
Love
amazing.
that.
It's amazing. Sorry.
And puts up with me.
If I'm going to interrupt you, it's for your wife. That's
fair.
fair.
Fair dues. God knows how she gets up with the challenges that I keep throwing down. But it's meeting really inspiring people. You know, we've talked about Inspire to Ignite and some of that young talent that is there. We want to do more around helping that young talent to develop, bring them on board with St Neots initiative, help them drive the future. Yeah. And I've always felt that, you know, however old I do get, it's not a privilege everybody gets.
Amen.
To get old.
Amen.
And it's that dash on your gravestone that counts.
Beautiful.
Love that.
So one of the things that when we talked about this before, we wanted to get out of this conversation is around, so when we talk about turning up to a citizen gathering, right, or a business leaders gathering, or a topic on the future of banking and the high street, or sport, or the market square, or whatever these things are, things that affect our daily lives that people will tend to moan about at a coffee shop or on Facebook or whatever. What we're really talking about here is civic participation. We're saying, you know, if you engage, you will find solution, or at least you will find other people that care about the similar things. And we're at a time now, and actually it's the first line in the theory of change for the Citizen Hub. The first line states 75% of people don't trust politicians. That's the first line in our theory of change. And if you look at local voting at a local, like super local level, it's, you know, I don't know, 20 people turn up and you're in. No, it's not that bad, but do you know what I mean? It's not many people really that can get you into a position of reasonable power. Yeah. We need more people engaged in that. So, you know, I think it's helpful when there's cross-sector collaboration between public sector, non-profit organisations like St Neots Initiative and others in the town that are doing similar sort of work. I think it's helpful when someone comes into that space knowing that they can go on that route and go and speak to the council and go through meetings and stuff, whatever they do, that stuff. And that's fine. And then in some cases, it's okay to go, you know, actually, I've got the energy, I just want to deal with this right now and do that. So where are we with civic participation in terms of locally? You said the first thing you said when he's just want to say I'm not really into politics.
Well, do you know what the irony is? I used
You're
to be a counsellor, like back in the years and years ago.
What a shame.
When my
that you're not
children
now.
were tiny, I wanted to be part of my local community, so I became a local counsellor. Councillor Bruce at the time, I might add.
Oh, yeah?
Actually, at the time.
It's got a nice ring.
But I left it because of the bureaucracy. I left it because there were people on there who weren't interested in the things that I were interested in. They were interested in party politics, even though you weren't supposed to be. It was very obvious, and I kind of became very, very desensitized and disenfranchised by it. I was like, oh, this is all rubbish. And then it kind of feeds this narrative around that's what politics is all about. And to your point about what's going on in St Neots right now, I know that there is a youth council, right? That is awesome.
Yeah,
like
damn
having
right.
a youth council that gives its perspective on what it needs. And I know that during our discussion we spoke an awful lot about the lack of youth infrastructure in St Neots, and that they're left without nothing, and then they are complaining because they're then climbing onto the private centre next door where I live because they're bored. There's nothing to do. And I'm not excusing that behaviour for boredom, but you know what I mean. We were all kind of young at one point. There's nothing there. People will find stuff to do, right? So is that something that you think you're seeing from both your point of view? Is there something that where it's youth-led or user-led, and what's the difference? What's it making?
I mean, I think there are some good initiatives. I mean, the concern sometimes you can have about things like youth councils is that it just pulls in the people that are already interested in it. And so it's actually, how do you reach out to places and parts of the community that are disengaged and don't see that opportunity to influence? And you have to show people that you're, and particularly young people, that you are actually listening. I mean, we've got this, to zoom out, we've got this sort of demographic shift in, where we've got lots and lots more older people in society and fewer younger people. And in a democratic system, the weight of numbers makes a difference. So, politicians, will start to listen to the majority because their majority is what that's how it works. That's fundamental of democracy. But that doesn't mean, and for me, that's where, that's partly why I'm a Liberal Democrat, because there's that tension in liberal democracy between the democracy part but the liberal part, and that freedom and ability for an individual to express themselves and live their life, and be free to live their life and have the opportunities to live their life how they want. So it's just so important that we listen to those people and give young people particularly the opportunity to speak and demonstrate that we've actually heard through action. And that doesn't mean to say, that everything that they demand just happens, of course,
or is appropriate or necessary.
Appropriate or necessary. But it's, it's how do you listen? How do you go through that? Show the process of give and take. I mean, the other thing that I would pick up, like the bureaucracy around the public sector, can be immensely frustrating. I see, there does need to be more risk aversion in the public sector, because fundamentally you're spending the public's money. So you've got, but I think that, again, in St Neots, we've got some really good examples where you've got community interest companies that are, and community charities and groups that have got that sense of social entrepreneurship, where that's what entrepreneurship is about. That's about the risk taking. That's about let's try something out, where you can partner with the public sector to put that little bit of money in to test something out, but it's not sort of the public sector taking the huge risk with people's money, and then it's like individuals. Let's try this out. Let's learn from this. If you get something that works, it's then how do you keep that dynamism going? Bring that thinking into the public sector. So again, not to rely on just the one example too much, but it's like what the DWP will be learning from this effort in the hub with the work coaches coming here. And there are really good ideas about how those work coaches can get out into the community. actually act more like work coaches rather than just signing off on actually coach.
Exactly.
And I must say, just shout out as well to Hannah Bell and the youth workers that work within the St Neots Town Council that pull those young people. I know, because Sam would tell me if it was wrong. We've got a good one. We've got good people that are doing good work, and also with people like Kerry Tonks at County Council that support that infrastructure. We see a lot of proactive, and we've seen it grow from nothing, literally nothing, a couple of years ago. So they're growing. So big respect where it's due again, and people will know I'm not biggest fan of councils generally, but respect where it's due. So fair point. Yeah, fair point. Where did you see? So you're on you're in the middle. So I'm like the extreme social entrepreneurship, right? We can just figure it all out ourselves.
Yeah, don't need anyone else.
End, right? That's far too far, right? Keyword being social, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not full capitalist, right? You have the privilege now of sitting with Chair of St Neots Initiative, nearly a year in. It's our 30th year anniversary.
Yep.
Yeah, we're starting to mobilise that energy around, and these staying on the trend of young people. I know you and Sam have got some good plans around developing those future leaders, emerging leaders that are coming through. We've got some, Grace, who was on here earlier. How old are you, Grace? Do you mind me asking on public? 24, Managing Director of the Citizen Hub. We've got Sam Squire, 25, Managing Director of Inspired to Ignite. You've got young leaders, and there are two that I can mention loads, and they've come through.
Things I add up to about 4 of them.
I reckon 3.
I just think you're being very unfair.
I think 3. But I know it's something you're really passionate about.
Yeah.
How can we continue that? Because I don't know. This isn't how can we do it. We're doing it. It's happening.
Yes.
I'm seeing youth engaged in this conversation around the future of place and politics more than ever before. But it's a language, so it's all good listening. It's all good talking, but it's speaking in a language that they understand. That they can see action. I think that's the bit that's interesting in the conversations you've been having with Sam.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this, and a lot of the conversations that are having this morning are about joining up the dots, and us pulling people and forcing them to talk to each other, and to do the right thing. Okay, you're dealing with some infrastructures that are very, very slow and not very effective as a result of that. But okay, we'll fill those gaps. But a lot of those gaps are self-inflicted, and because people quite like the gaps that are there. And so we will continue to force people to speak to each other, and working with elements of the town council. Those that want to work with us, that's great. Those that don't, wait for the election.
I love that.
But it's
See, I'm being good. I'm being good. Of all the interviews that could have been, I've been good.
I'm just trying to help you here.
You're doing good.
But
I'm here for it.
But I think it is about bringing people together, and this is a great space for doing that. It'd be nice to have the space next door as well.
It's a story of another day.
Which is about creating another safe space for other things and bringing people together from the commercial world. Whether it's the banks and the post office and other elements like that. So I think that's a lot of the work we do, which is a bit unseen. But without doubt, just in those few months that I've been involved, we're seeing change happen, and that's the motivating thing. And who'd have thought that out of a conversation that we had a year ago, we might be even talking about, within a year of us just chatting casually about the high street and things disappearing, we may actually have a finance hub in the town. And it's taken probably 6 months to get from here's an idea to actually we've bid for a building.
So that is amazing.
And
do you know what's so nice about this is that you've got the community, you've got the infrastructure, you've got the gatekeepers. Do you know what I mean? And when I say gatekeepers, I mean that with the greatest respect, i.e. you have the change at the top because that's where you frequent. And it seems like such a lovely flow. Yeah. So if we do get the finance hub, you can stop my mum from whining at me about the fact that there is no
it's a huge
bank. And my mum is still on her phone like this, right? So when I go, Mum, you can put the check in using your phone, she goes... And that is black speak for don't be stupid. All right? It's not happening. Like, seriously, it's ridiculous. So I hope it happens, because if she can come and speak to someone and give them a check and they can put it in the bank, thank you. Well,
So what's really powerful about this, and it works across all levels, and it's not just an exclusive St Neots initiative conversation.
no,
right?
it's replicable, right?
All of it is. In any micro part of this town or any part of this country, and I travel this country on a weekly basis, see all sorts. You know, I'm in Cornwall, I'm in Grimsby, I'm in Glasgow, I'm on every bit of this cities, towns, you name it. You see it everywhere. And what's really powerful about this is, again, signals, right? So we went out to market. Again, no marketing budget. We've got no money. We're non-profit. We've got no money. We've got no money at all, right? But we can, because we know the town. We are the town. We're part of it. I'm born and raised there. This is our town. So we can get information out like wildfire. So we had 660 odd responses to the banking survey within weeks.
Oh, it's
You know,
amazing.
people flocking, and that's because we've got brilliant people. I see a couple of nodding around there. Would have been out there championing these sort of things. The churches, the sports clubs, the barber, the taxi driver, and we spread information like this, and it comes back in. And you go, okay, cool, that's a signal. We know what we're doing. We could do something about that. And then we've got philanthropists, entrepreneurs, some of which you'll see on the studio today, and you just do these things, and it's wonderful. So if you're going to take something from this, because we must wrap up on this one. If you're going to take something from this, where there's opportunity in whatever capacity it is that you feel that you can, show up for that conversation.
Yeah.
That could be a local election that needs more hands in the air. Because I started as chair of S&I because no one else put their hand up. Honestly,
Alex,
How many times has that happened?
I was the AGM person at school because of that. I was the clerk at Brownies because of that. Because I'd watch and they go, "Oh, we need a new chair," and I'd be doing this, and then suddenly my hand, I'd be like, "Where did that
I know.
come?" And they always say, you know, and I was busy, I was running businesses and stuff like that. But you always find the time to do it, because if you want to see it happen and no one else does it, you always find a way to do it yourself.
And it's so worth it.
It is so worth it.
I can't like volunteering. So we got to meet the King at the end of last year. It was very lovely. But that was all through the power of volunteering. That was all through the power of volunteering. That the value that brings to your life by contributing to your society, and even if it's an hour's meeting, a quarter or whatever it is, it's worth it. Whether it be governor at the school, whether it be treasurer, whatever the role you play, or counsellor or whatever, put your hand up, because you never know who you might meet eventually.
It's very true.
Amen. Right, I appreciate you, my friend.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
for spreading that space with us. Thank you, Ian, for what you're doing. Thanks, gents.
Cool. Okay.
Round of applause for our guests. Thank you.
You can just move it out of the way, that's it. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Yeah, take care. See you soon. See you soon.
Awesome. Big shout as well. So Ian's going to go over to see Paynes Mill's 30 years old today.
Oh, wow. Happy birthday,
So
Paynes.
Louise is going to pop in later. Enjoy. Yeah, well done for that too. Yeah, 30 years old. Wow.
Wow.
Do you want? Oh yes, nice energy. And do you want to have a break for a couple of minutes? Take 5, 10 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, 5 10 minutes.
Yeah, great. Grace, you wanna? Yeah, with our next guest. We've got another guest on, and Danny wants to take 10 or 20. Take it.
Yeah. I know.
Okay.
When Sarah comes on,
Yeah. Is that 11:30?
that's at 12.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Loving these comments as well coming through. I get so sucked into the conversation. I end up like I don't want to be sitting there looking
I did
at
have
my
it
phone.
open, but
Yeah.
I get distracted.
It's all good. It's all good. It's the conversation's fascinating, and we're going from one place to another. It's amazing.
It's so good. I was like, oh, this is all like so well-being-y, but everyone's so different. It's
Exactly.
Not like
That's the
no one's
beauty.
sticking. It's great. I love it. I love it.
Some brilliant comments as well. Really appreciate the support, guys. Yes,
Bra.
yes.
Oh,
my
no.
days.
You can stick a plaster over it if you want.
Or he can run me one over.
Or he can bring you one over.
See you later, Mum. Love you. See you later.
Who have we got?
You're gonna like this one. This is a quality conversation.
Well, uncomfortable.
See you later, Daisy. Legend. Come and wave to the camera. So this beautiful artwork you see on the windows behind us.
This art, all
just
the art
wait,
over
all
the
the
walls
art
in
everywhere.
here.
Wait, this is Daisy. She's our resident artist and has made the place look absolutely stunning.
Daisy's been
We appre-
volunteering in
and-
here for a few months, and
she's been here since midnight.
She's been here for ages.
I mean,
so big up
granted,
Daisy.
off the back of a night out, but yeah, go sleep. We'll see you
Supporting
later.
local pubs.
Okay, we'll see you later.
See you later. Thanks, Daisy.
Okay, cool, nice. So now, if there's a man, this is brilliant, right? So everyone else's descriptions of what they want to talk
I do
about.
See that this one's very short.
Because it doesn't need much introduction. This guy's energy is what you want. Like as you walk out your front door every morning, you want to bump into this man. Because 3 minutes in his presence, it lifts you because his energy is so high.
It's perfect.
Can we welcome Josh Phelps to the stage? Here he is, mate.
Another 12 kilos before I started. How are we getting on?
Well, welcome,
okay?
welcome. This is great.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome. You can use.
Yeah,
you
it's
can
quite warm in
use-
here.
Just on top and then...
It's warmed up a bit. Danny was in the blanket. I think.
I
she
know. I
dropped
don't
the
know how
blanket
she's
now.
doing this.
Nah, well, she might do
At some
but
point.
Maybe.
Unloading over here. Mike.
Yeah, just you're used to this. Just make sure it's close enough to your face. So just lift and shift it, or
Yeah, hopefully. Is that all right?
have
Do
a
you reckon?
tweet.
I'm fairly
Yeah,
loud.
should be fine. Maybe just do that with it. Like, does it turn?
Yeah,
There
yeah.
we go. That's it. That's it.
That
And
one's a
then
bit
just
wobbly.
pivot to your
Right.
face. That's it.
Perfect.
Good. The audience are pretty good at telling us when they can't hear us online. They're
Sophie
quite bold
listens
about
out.
it. You good?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
Sophie's
not.
testing it.
Need a bit more?
She'll tell us.
I
She'll
think
tell us.
yeah, we're good. We're good.
good?
We're good. Awesome to see you, man.
Lovely to see
You
you
all
all.
right?
This is incredible.
It's all right, innit? I don't know
More
what
than
time.
all right.
What time is it?
God knows.
We're 11 hours in.
11 hours in.
Nearly halfway.
And you
Nearly
look
halfway.
fantastic.
Do I? Are you saying that?
I've not got my glasses on, so you look fantastic.
How you
is
doing, my man? You all right?
Incredible. Yeah, absolutely incredible. And delighted to be here. I mean, what a phenomenal thing. Like, just incredible. It blows my mind. And all the names you see on, they want to be here because they want to support. That's just powerful, right?
It's nice.
Awesome, man.
It is, but it's not done. It doesn't just happen, does it, guys?
No.
Like-
Things got to happen, man. Things have got to happen.
You make it happen. That's the difference.
Community.
By getting out there, that's what I'm saying. But you've got to start. The vision's there.
Yeah.
The energy's there. As you put it out, it gets attracted back. That's what life's about, I believe.
And this is why Josh is perfect. This is the perfect time of day for Josh. So you can. So by the way,
So much pressure now.
if you do one thing right off the back of this conversation with Josh, it's just go follow on Instagram. That's it. Because
waffle.
you on my Insta stories every day is
Drives you
wonderful.
nuts.
It's just energy. It's so much. It's that raw energy. It's beautiful.
Raw power.
And I love that you have shifted beyond the body now into the
Yeah.
mind and then into the business side of things as well. So do you
Yeah.
want to introduce yourself, the work that you do, the businesses that
Yeah,
you've got?
cool. So I'm Josh Phelps. I've always been in St Neots to an extent. Had a bit of time out travelling, seeing the world. Long and short, I think this is why I think this is so powerful. I had no idea what to do, where I was going. Kind of lost, run about in a pair of shorts, enjoyed life. Did that, went out to the States for a meaning, for quite a deep meaning, really, truthfully, while I went out there initially. Followed that off the back of quite an impactful life sort of event. Did it and carried on for about 4 years. Once again, still running about in a pair of shorts, blagging my way through life, having the best time. And 22 hits, and I'm like, I need to grow up. I mean, why? What on earth was going through my mind? But it's just what goes on, right? You have these beliefs, these thoughts. I decided to get a real job. That didn't suit me.
job?
Yeah, exactly. I know. What I thought was a real job, right? Turns out I'm not very good at real jobs. So went back and went to Australia. Had a bit of a play around there, coached some more soccer in Australia and America. Come back and decided real jobs weren't good for me, but there was one thing I did like doing, that's contributing. And that was what fired me up. That was my power, that was my energy. And as much as people said, you're basically a glorified PE teacher, that was cool with me because you can make impact. And the fact that I get to wake up and do that is the greatest gift. I still get to do that now, right? So bear in mind, I think about 24 when I decided to stick with the non-real jobs and having fun and being me.
Non-real jobs.
And that's it, right? There's so much purpose in so many different ways, and that. So now, down the line, 13 years on, the Unit Fitness is the gym's co-own. My business partner, who's phenomenal, what a guy, and it made
guy.
huge impact. Yeah, the opposite to me, which was very much needed if there was going to be any form of business past 6 months. But learned a lot from him, from that journey. And as I say, as we go, we develop, we change, we evolve, right? As everyone we do, we're always evolving. And families come along, which was always my dream. 2 beautiful girls now, which in our industry is quite challenging, right? You know, early mornings, late nights, like any industry, truthfully, we all get challenges. It all comes up in different ways. And I always wanted to be a present father. That was my thing, right? And so fortunately, in some respects, we stepped back from the role of delivery, get to do bath time, greatest gift in the world. So fun, it's just madness. You say it's the greatest gift. I mean, there's all sorts going on. It's chaos, right? It's complete chaos. There's carnage. There's times you're like, I should be back at work. It's definitely easier. So the gym's been running 13 years. I've worked as a personal trainer. And as you sort of said, the evolve was, right, if I can change the way people feel energetically through the body, through movement, because that's my skill set currently, I did it. And people made a huge difference. And you know, by seeing changes physically, they felt different. Sometimes it was the image they saw, right? That outside image they saw, the change made them look, feel, move different. Their confidence changed, and it impacted everything in the world. I was like, this is great. And then realized sometimes that was short, that actually we had to combine some of the nutrition to get the long-term results. Hence went down that line. And then continuing that learning, that depth, that journey as I've worked with individuals, you saw that even sometimes, unfortunately, changing their physical state wouldn't change maybe their self-image, that deeper self-belief, limiting beliefs, and they'd be holding on to something which unfortunately then would pull them back to maybe parts and areas of their life they still struggle with. And I was like, I want to be able to help them on a deeper level. So of more recent times, last year I had a spine op, so it basically took away my what I felt like was my body, my worth, my tools. Yeah. But over the past 10 years, as I said, I was just the guy running about a pair of shorts. So I've invested heavily into coaching, into understanding more about who I am, what I can do, understanding business. Because listen, as I said, I was a PT. I wasn't a business owner. You then get a team. You have to become a leader. You have to understand so much more structures, systems, all the fun stuff that comes with business that isn't particularly fun, but you have to know it, right? If you want to continue to make that impact. So that was it, and moved into what has been recently in the past 6 months, leaning into sharing and trying to help support people of all different businesses, backgrounds, and launched what's now called Vantage Coaching. For me, it was taking that vantage point, because it's always taking that step back, that 10,000-foot view, and going, right, my physical health, my mental well-being, right, my businesses, my relationships, energy, you know, and obviously that's affected by what we consume, whether that be your nutrition, as it started off, or maybe it's the outside world, right? Social media, all the fun stuff that we are,
information diet.
Which exactly that, right? Is what are we consuming as a whole? What are we doing in terms of movement? How can we try and really look at what we're doing on a daily basis to achieve what we really want? And sometimes it's a hard question to answer, right? And to know, but sometimes we don't take the step back and do it because we're just doing, right? We're just constantly going. And if we're constantly going, we never take the time to step back, then sometimes we end up in a place we're not particularly happy. And that becomes tough, really, really tough for people. And it's challenging, right? Because you can create maybe a job or a life, truthfully.
Yep.
We only get one opportunity. So I'm just really passionate about going, right, how do we make this one amazing opportunity at life be impactful? You know, my things lead with legacy. I want to leave a legacy that's beyond what people do in their will, right? That's it's irrelevant to an extent. What can I leave in terms of my legacy to an extent? And by waking up and feeling that, and, you know, ideally leaving the person, you know, with that impression of, you know, feeling fulfilled or energized or whatever it is, then that's my mission, right?
Nice. Loves it.
Yeah.
Energy.
That's what we need, I feel.
Energy.
Perfect. We can do this.
The rave music come on now, these lights.
We'll get them on.
Where's the guys doing the mixing?
Yeah, right.
I don't want to say yourself down here, but yeah,
my question would be,
Yeah.
if obviously you're like very passionate about your work and what you do and putting a lot of energy into other people, do you feel like you often prioritize other people over yourself, or do you have like how's your balance with like work life?
Especially
Where's
now
the
with
split?
kids.
Yeah, completely times of imbalance. I have to check myself, and this is what I'm saying. Like I have to check in with myself a lot, and I do. I've got something. There's lots of little things I do, like Sunday setups. There's my 90 days that I break in. You know, having that reflection time. Reflection time is really important for myself. Yeah, obviously, you know, you find yourself sometimes when you want to help other people, giving out and not necessarily coming in. But we've talked about the, you know, pouring from an empty cup and all those. So you do have to find, and I personally know when I'm not doing the things, and I've got some real baseline non-negotiables, and they don't have to be extravagant. Like this is this crazy world of health and well-being that you got to get up, meditate for 45 days, not, you know, eat or, you know, cold plunge on your head. And there's so many, you know, they're great. I've got 2 kids that we just discussed. I've got things, it's brilliant,
Realistic
you know.
life stuff,
So I keep it very basic, you know, and I do make sure I get my non-negotiables done. And it's simple. It's movement of some form, you know, it's getting outside. It's being, I do gratitude, right? I did it for a little while, thought it was a bit of fluff. And then I actually realised the value in it, and actually just waking up and just, you know, nourishing your brain with the right stuff. You know, there's people who will wake up and there's no judgment. They'll go, right, news, bomb. And it's external, right? Yeah. I'm coming from inside out a little bit more now. And just by doing that and starting to realise what I'm controlling, because you can only control the controllables, right? So whether I'm in control in the morning, I can do a couple of things, right? I control my breathing a little bit. Sometimes I wake up a bit anxious, you know, but less so now that we've set structure. And yeah, don't get me wrong. Of course it's not perfect. There's definitely times you go, right, I'm trying to do this for somebody else. And then something out of your control happens and you do get split. But if I'm moving, I'm looking after my body, I control what I consume. Try not to put too much into my body from time to time. You know, there's food that isn't healthy and there's maybe the odd beer and whatever. Yeah. That's cool. That's that, you know, I've got it in control where I feel comfortable when I do it in the times I want to do it. Mm-hmm. And I think that's really important, but it's the stopgaps, right? It's that checking in with yourself, and that's the really important part, and that's, you know, being accountable to other people. I have to do that. I have to have, you know, for me, having other coaches, having other people around me, my environment's unbelievably powerful.
So the conversation around balance I find really interesting, because I think it's mostly, and it's just my own perspective, similarly, you know, really driven, high mindset, usually a little bit more awake than I am today. But usually, right, quite high energy, you know, really focused, growth, power, community, all the same. I think that's why we get on so well, right? But I think the view I take on this around balance is we never put a long enough time scale on the measurement. So actually, if we look at the balance of the first 3 years of, so Christine, my partner's literally just walked in with my 3-year-old. Hi, Henry.
What a smile, by the way.
I know.
It's definitely Christine.
It's all from Christine.
Yeah, where's he?
You know, we Christine won't mind me sharing the first 3-4 years in our business journey together. We did not have a holiday. We did not. We maxed out on credit card. I'm working 140 hours weeks. She's doing similar. We're not getting any time for ourselves or our relationship. But if we measure it over a 10-year period, actually that's fine. And I think balance is an interesting one, because I think people sell balance as an idea that it's a daily thing, that, you know, you do work-life balance. But actually, I think if you measure balance over a longer period of time in your relationship with a business partner or life partner, actually, you know, this week we're doing this for 24 hours. Tomorrow I'm going to sleep for a few hours, and then I'm going to go launch another one of these hubs in Wimbledon for a 15-hour day on Wednesday. If you measure me over a 3 or 4 day period, I'm a terrible dad, I'm a terrible partner, I'm a terrible friend, blah, blah, blah. But if you measure me over the course of a year, you're damn sure I make up for those times. Yep. So I think there's an interesting conversation around the balance of
100%.
that.
Yeah. And I think, as you just said, unfortunately, there's a big push from almost like a marketing sales point, right?
Marketing,
you can let's live this balanced life. And people are trying to search for, as you just said, the day-to-day balance from the get-go. Yeah. Like, I don't know many, if any, business owners, fathers, partners, lovers, leaders, whatever they are, right, that get it quite right at the beginning. Even if you look at the beginning of a relationship, right at the beginning, it's this weird imbalancement where you're giving everything to them because you're like, I've got to really be his.
Shoulder, mate.
Oh, hello. There you go. Little bit of a drive-by. By the way, she knew. I just wanted to make sure I looked like, you know, people. All right. It's like, get everyone we know at 11 o'clock. That's why there was only 2 of them. My wife would 100%, you know, say the same, right? There's times when, and not be funny, staff will be off and you have to step in. You know, there's loads of imbalancements. But as you just said, it's about that longer space. But I think the hard pressure right now is this work-life balance. Let's get it right at the beginning. At the beginning, it can be in so many different ways, in relationships, in business. There's usually quite a big imbalance. And actually, if you look at, from my background, I would often find people who would be hugely imbalanced, unfortunately, with bad health habits, right? They said it come, because that's what happens. They come to the point, sometimes, unfortunately, where they may have had a health warning, or they've really noticed something's changed. Unfortunately, it might be a scale weight, it might be an image seen, it might be a comment from somebody. And then they've maybe lived in this very unbalanced place for potentially as long as 30, 40 years. And then you go, right, okay, there's going to have to be a slight shift, right, in what we're doing. But then it doesn't feel, but I still got to I've still got to do this, because otherwise I don't feel, it's not balanced. Yeah, our scales are heavily balanced the other direction. So for us to weigh this out and get that quote unquote balance, we might have to, do a little bit more on this end and a little bit less to this end. So yeah, balance, unfortunately, I think is, and I see this a lot with some of the younger guys coming through, and that's why they want to be online coaches in my industry necessarily, because they go, well, because I can be at home, I don't have to go in, I don't have to work this hour.
Yep.
But it's also for me to understand that that's not necessarily, quote unquote, their fault. That's what they're consuming, right, all the time.
Marketing.
And if everybody's telling you you don't need to work 10 hours, like, it's like, what? But, but in my head, I'm like, and then, you should never give away anything of your time for free. You should never do it. And I look back at everything that I did personally, and I'm not saying that was right either, by the way, because it isn't. It's just what I know. And you make the decision of what you know there and there at the time, right? And, it's before Suzanne moved over, she's, from Ireland, she made a big jump, huge jump to come over here. And I was working, 5 a.m., I'd be up, I'd sometimes go back 10 p.m., right? She was like, I'm not staying here if you're going to be doing that. And there was months and months, exactly as you say, where I saw no one. There was no social life. There was no whatever. I was working to the point I literally fell asleep in the physio's room because I was battered, nearly broke myself. Right? But would I have ever got potentially? Maybe not. I don't know. I don't believe I would have got to where we are right now, which feels more quote unquote balanced, because I get to do bath time, because I have to get to do that, because I get to be present on the weekends, because I get to do the other stuff and explore new things. But that's it. If we're searching for the perfect balance right at the beginning, unfortunately, we sometimes don't ever give enough to the things that are required to lean into creation and, as you said, probably like yourself, your mind's going, and there's times, but then you have to check yourself and go, right, okay.
That's where that gratitude, that reflection comes in, and also just to say, to check myself on this, we're talking entrepreneur to entrepreneur. We're the ones with equity and a risk. That shouldn't be expected of people that are employed to work certain hours, right? So we're not expecting anyone else to do that. No. We're just saying that's the reality. If you wanted to start your own business, be an entrepreneur, do all that.
Absolutely.
When you're trying to get something off the ground, it's just a reality check.
And that's exactly it, isn't it? You look at what it is you truly want, right? What's success to you? And it hasn't got to be the same for everybody. And obviously, and it's very different for everybody. And the ultimate successful life, or whatever that might look, or you believe it looks like, can change. That alters, that changes. And you might be quite, happy with one thing, and somebody else might be like, that's absolutely the last thing I want. But yet we're being fed that that's what you should be thinking. And that's why, can we just check our... And remember, a lot of our beliefs may be from our parents, or people who lived in a very different world, and you take that as gospel. And if that's, or people that maybe run a business that you're maybe wanting to go into, once again, I've got back into the entrepreneur, but maybe you're actually working in a company, you go, actually, I see this is how this must be to be successful, but they don't really know what's going on.
They're selling an expired social contract, and that's the bit that we never... I always, like, most of these sort of things that pass through culturally, I always kind of frame it as like, someone just forgot to put an expiry date on that social contract. The whole classic, and there was a really good situation we had it in here, where, no disrespect to, I'm not trying to generalize a generational issue, but we had someone from a boomer generation with our Gen Z, and he was just like, work hard, buy a house, and we're like, hold on, dude. You don't understand.
No.
You don't. That social contract doesn't exist anymore. That's not going to work for someone who's on 30 grand a year, or even 40 grand a year. So I think it's really interesting to understand that.
And the madness is, right, in 5 years' time, we're going to be in a very, very different situation to what we are right now. And the pace in which life is moving with everything going on, you know, unfortunately, me sat here 10, 15, how many years in my industry, I know for a fact I can't sit with somebody who's brand new to the industry and go, this is what you must do. Give yourself an hour's free. It's completely not
where
the way.
leadership bit comes
you know,
in,
and this is where we have to step back and go, okay, that's not the same. What opportunities do you have? You know, where do you see it? And let's understand what that looks like and how that feels. And it looks incredible. How do we make it happen then? Because if we can make it happen, you might know a lot of things that I don't know that can give you that opportunity. And the reason you believe that is because it actually is possible. Because the majority of things are right. And if we go, my way's the way, follow me, or no, that's not leadership.
That's not how life works.
That's not leadership. That's not, you know, that's me sitting there dictating and going, I think I'm the man. That's that's not coaching leadership or any sort of, you know.
So just because it's all about tools, this. So just to close on this. So I know it goes quick, doesn't it? I know it is a marathon. So instead of asking what a great mindset is or what a great leadership is, what do you think are the essential tools the people that are listening back at home that want to develop they may aspire to develop a mindset like that? What are the essential tools you think that everyone should have when it comes to talking to yourself?
I think you need to understand and listen to what it is you are actually saying to yourself, first of all. Understand who you are right now. Get very clear on that. Look at your beliefs. Look at your environment, okay? Your identity. The communication that you're having with yourself, when you've got a very clear understanding of that, and be really honest with yourself, right? Not what you believe you should be doing or thinking or behaving. You know, how are my actions? What is all that? Let's get very clear on the facts, okay? I want to be am I being that though? What is that to me? What does that mean to me? And then challenge some of the beliefs that you're holding. What I'm saying, is that to be true? Where does that actually come from? Is that my true belief, or is that something that's been passed on from is the environment that I'm currently in serving me for who I really take that time?
Nice.
So I've got a self-reflect 6 thing, and once again, I'm happy to share that any time. But when you start to go through those beliefs, those identities, the behaviors, the environment, all those things that we sort of look at on a daily basis that actually helps show up, and then just sit just for a little bit of time and go, right, now I'm going to look at who I really would be proud of, say, that legacy.
Is the who.
Yeah, and go, right, so how's that person showing up, right? How do they behave? What are they doing? What's the impact actually here? What do I really want to do? As I say, I want to leave a legacy with people, and ideally, every person I come into interaction with, and that is honestly my goal. I mean, it sounds so cheesy, but with my coaches, I'm like, be the best part of their day. Now, obviously, right? Yeah. There's a good chance they may not be the best part of their day.
I feel like that's very...
That's universal.
Yeah.
That's lovely.
So be the best part of their day, okay? And if you can be, incredible. You know, if I can leave you with the impression of increase of something, somehow, whether it be a nutritional tip, whether it be movement, whether it be just because I hopefully make you smile, you know? If I can do that, that energy goes out. That's an incredible starting tip or tool, whatever you want to call it. I think if you can lead with that, then all of a sudden the energy that comes back, you live a whole different life.
It's a win for you, it's a win for them.
It's incredible. It's a win for everybody, because then they go and have a knock-on effect to their family. You don't know how that spreads. And it's so infectious. But when you know who it is currently you are right now, and ideally, just sit and write a list, like a wish list of everything you would love. And just don't hold back. Don't let anything get in the way. Like, I'm talking whatever it is. And even if it's something that is materialistic, let it be. Don't let people stop you from having materialistic dreams. If that's what you really want, have an incredible thing there, list it and go, wow. And don't let anyone tell you, because the truth is, you are willing. Right? If you are able to do anything, if you are willing, right? And that's that willingness. You know, am I able? Yeah, I'm able. But am I willing? Because sometimes it's going to be sacrifice, that imbalancement. Right? Sometimes it might come at the cost of changing, challenging, maybe even becoming a different person, right? But if you've got that clear vision, you go, right, I'm going to keep that get crystal clear on that vision, right? Get so clear. And the funny thing is, you have to check in with yourself, because that's going to change, and it's going to change, and you're like, oh no. And that's a bit of a challenge in itself. But if you do, you wake up with that purpose, that energy, you have some action steps, you go forward, and then underlined your core values. And for me, as I say, if I can live that impression of increase, then you know what, if that's one person that day, one person in that world, that might affect another 10, 20 people. You never know where it's going, do you?
There was a concept, and I'd like to seed it here, a concept Sam Squire had some time ago, and thank you also, because something that we should talk about but we don't have time to talk about is the way that you're working with organisations like Inspire to Ignite this apprenticeship onboarding program is like the best thing I've ever seen in my like. Flowers got it right.
Yeah,
so
incredible.
They had you in there for this conversation. They had money advice in there to talk about financial literacy. They had Dom talking about their beliefs. They did all their mind mapping, and then that's before they start their apprenticeship. So there's a seed of an idea Sam planted a while ago that I've been holding on to, but I've never found the moment to think of, to like express it. If you were to, I said when I introduced you, we need you on that door all day. I want people to walk into you every day.
Where's your ID?
Well, yeah. Well, that'd
Not on the list.
That'd be a lot cheaper, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Security. But I know.
And a
I mean,
coffee.
he had this idea of these eye-to-eye talks that he wanted to kind of spread across schools. So, like assembly, like pre-assembly, start of the day. If we could have a Josh like prep talk daily in the morning. Would be like one.
Hype man.
We might have a grounded conversation with a Lewis on a Tuesday morning. I don't know. There's something around community voices like yours that bring that energy, that bring that smile, that bring some value to people's lives that you could easily stream like we are now.
Yeah.
With very limited technology, no spend. We can stream this message across so many different channels.
I'm impressed by this, by the way. This looks great.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know what any of it means, but
Somehow it's working.
But genuinely, I think it's such a great community initiative that could work really simply locally.
Well, I mean,
I think that would be awesome.
If it's there, if it's a thing, I'm 100% there to back it. Because, as you say, energy, motivation, it's one thing. But there's non-negotiable. There's things to have in which are structured that you've got to bring into yourself. You've got to take that ownership.
Yeah.
I believe that. But sometimes it's quite nice to have a little bit of external energy, right? Sometimes it's that break of the system. Sometimes you might be in a place and space, as I said, where it feels a bit heavy, it feels hard. It's like, whoa, let's have a check.
Just a little
check
positive
ourselves. Come on, let's
influence
go.
every day.
I think
Yeah.
it's lovely. There's quite a trend growing in the UK at the moment of community lectures. Have you seen this?
Yeah.
Where lecturers are going into like pubs and they're doing random 1 hour lectures. Why can't we do that on motivation and mindset? I would love to see that.
We can.
Book me in a pub.
Perfect.
Pint of Guinness and I'm on.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you
Thank
for
you
coming
so
on.
much. It's incredible. And I hope it absolutely carries on as incredible as it's been.
Appreciate you.
Thank you
And
so
I
much.
promise you to have a conversation with Lewis over there in the hat. You have not met
Lewis in a hat.
Absolutely. Have a conversation with Lewis about what he's doing. I think your experiences would help him massively. Give Josh a round of
Thank you
applause.
very much, guys. Cheers, guys. Cheers.
Brilliant. Right, so I now need to. Are we on a different? Are we on part? I just need to check myself here. We started this one at 9. Is that right? What part are we on?
We're on part 2. We're going on to 3 at
Okay.
12.
1. 1.
One.
Yeah. I'll have a look. So
We're on
Heather.
part 3.
Heather, bear with us. I know she's on the line waiting. I now need to do a little bit of
dip out.
technical bits and bobs, and then we'll be having Heather Thomas on the virtual.
Fixed. Good.
Good.
Nice.
Watered.
Sorted.
Yeah.
Sorted. Right.
Oh, no, I'm good, thank you. I'm all water. I'm so hydrated today. It's unbelievable. Yes.
I know.
Yeah.
Can I have some water and food? Anything? Yes. I've had 2 bananas already. I've been so good. Honestly, I've been so good. Honest.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Bear with me. Here we go.
My main. Yes, because I was getting a headache. Like having my hair up for too long. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, it was getting too heavy. Oh dear.
You can see at 2:40 a.m. I'm still doing the setup. So how do you get the best settings for?
Wow.
That shows you how much I'm with this.
Oh wait, is this person online now?
Yeah, Heather Thomas we've got coming on. I'm just going to do the setup back there. And then you can say hi while I quickly give Henry a couple, and then I'll be right with it.
This is the weird one when you're looking at the TV, so the back of our heads are.
Yeah, I'm really sorry.
So do I have to look that way then?
Well, you can't then
Like we
see
do
the
with
person.
Dom. Like we do with Dom.
I'm like, hi. Yes, that way. That's fine.
It's only got, I think, 8 on the guest one. Oh, there he is.
Mm-hmm.
Sam. Right, I think we're good. That's there. That looks good over here. Just check online. Looking good. Okay. Here we go, Heather. Let's see.
People are waiting. That's a good sign.
It's a good sign, right?
It's a good sign.
Heather Thomas. Okay.
Hey.
Heather's a lot. Yay! Right. Okay. Right. Right. Everyone, just for this guest, we just need to keep it quiet because otherwise we won't hear them. They won't hear us.
Yeah, I might turn the speaker up just a little
Say hi,
bit.
Heather.
Can you hear us, Heather? Oh, we can't hear you. Right.
Hold on.
Okay, 1 second. We're just gonna. A little bit more tech.
Okay.
Aha! Yay!
Lovely.
Yes. Henry was watching us on TV this morning. No, he's like, nah, Dad. Nah, it's all right. You got this.
Okay, cool. Right, I think. Is that good? So it's like, yeah, just you understand. Okay, we are here. And I can hear you, we can see you. So we've got a bit of a setup here, Heather. So we're looking at you over here on the TV, but you're looking at us from behind us looking at you over TV. And behind that, you've got an audience in person and online. That's the context we're in. But we're here, we're with you, we're present, and we're here to learn. And we want to talk today about imposter syndrome, but before you can do that, would you like to introduce yourself to the Citizen Hub community?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Heather Thomas, and I'm in Cambridge, so not terribly far away. I'm the founder of a community interest company called Together Culture. And we're collaborative change-making specialists working to help build a regenerative economy. That's a lot of words, but effectively, we're responding to a brilliant Ipsos Mori poll from back in 2020 when the pandemic ended. And Ipsos Mori, for people who don't know, they do research, trying to figure out what people think about stuff. And they did a massive global research study that showed that 9 in 10 people wanted the world to change after the pandemic. And they wanted, more than 80% of those people wanted it to move in a more sustainable and inclusive and equitable direction. Good, happy, positive change. All the stuff that you're doing at Citizen Hub, all the stuff that we're probably here talking about today. It's not, that kind of change doesn't seem to be happening at pace. When we look at the world around us and we look at the authoritarian change that seems to be happening in lots of corners. And the work that Together Culture does is kind of address, well, why? And one of the reasons from our perspective is that the system that we're asking to enable that change was built to promote a culture that is inequitable, a culture that's built on individualism, that's built on competition, and it's built on hierarchy. So we're not going to enable the change that we want to see unless we change our culture first. And all the stuff that we do as individuals to develop our self-esteem, our self-worth, and to work in community with other people. And Together Culture describes community as 2 or more people who are actively engaged in promoting one another's well-being. So that's very different than just geographic proximity. That's doing the hard work of deeply rooting our self-esteem, our trust, our belief in one another, and our belief in that change can happen. And then the economy, this is where that comes into play. The economy is the system that enables us to live in community. So we change the culture first. It's our human nature, anyway. and then we work towards rebuilding the systems. That's the stuff that we're doing at Together Culture. And the story I was going to share with you today before I jump into imposter syndrome is kind of based around this big thing is happening for me this year. I'm starting my PhD, and it's taken me until the age of 50 to get there. And that's one of my imposter syndrome journeys that I was going to share with you to then maybe bridge into talking that sound to you both?
Good to me.
So it sounds wonderful for me, but I just personally want to pause because I didn't ask and I haven't seen you ages. I can't hug you. Are you okay?
I'm good. I am good. I definitely went through a period. By the time Christmas came, I was dancing with burnout at a level that I knew was dangerous. You know, some years you're just tired, and that's one thing, and then other years you're just strung out, and you haven't had enough time to process. Really, just to process, right? Like I had so many emotions that I didn't even have time to think about or to feel. And I knew it. I knew it. The Christmas was pretty intense. It was a period to kind of deal with all of that stuff. So I went from feeling numb to kind of feeling like myself again. And I personally, I don't blue January for sure. I mean, my fingernails are blue because it's the color of January. I like very much to feel, but I like how it's slower. I like how there's a bit more time. I have really needed that, and so I've been celebrating that. It's a good time to make plans and to process things. January is, I think.
Awesome. Now you can talk about that cool stuff you were talking about before. I just wanted to make sure you're all right.
Yeah, I love that. And are you all right too? I don't want to waste too much airtime now.
Yeah, no, I'm blessed. I'm blessed. Thank you very much. You go. Let's talk about. I want to hear the story, and both Danny and I were nodding as you were talking. We're all in for this conversation.
I love it. Because I'll probably have some questions for you to just help everybody understand.
Nice.
Because it's so universal. So the story that I was going to share. So I grew up in a working class family in upstate New York, and I loved school. I always loved studying. I always loved reading. I was that kid who liked lectures. I know it's not for everybody, but it was for me. And I ended up being the first person in my family to get accepted into a four-year university in Boston, illustrious for what it's worth, all that jazz. And I remember going home for the first break in term, and I was sat in a car with my dad, and we were waiting to pick up my stepmom. She was a nurse coming off shift, and he was asking me how school was going, and I said, I love it. I've gotten totally obsessed with taking every psychology course I possibly can. You know what, Dad? I think I want to be a child psychologist. I think that that's my goal. I think that's who I want to be, and that's the job that I want to grow into. And he immediately said, without a pause, no, you can't do that. People like us don't get to do that.
Wow.
Ooh, that was his immediate response. And that was not, my dad was not saying I didn't have the ability. That wasn't it. My dad was trying to protect me. He was trying to say, working class people don't get to do those jobs. Working class people don't get the money to be able to go all the way through school to become a doctor of anything. He just wanted me to find a path that would keep me safe, make sure I had enough money, or I didn't have to constantly fight the system to do what I wanted to do. You know, but of course, you know, that started me feeling like a bit of an imposter in my own family. The more education I had, the more I started opening my mind to bigger, deeper possibilities of what my life could be, the more different I was from my family. And that was really hard. And at the same time, you're thinking, this other world that I'm living in where people think this is possible, there was something in the back of my mind thinking, I don't belong there either, right? And so some of the things that I learned is I still viscerally, and it puts
I'm not surprised.
feel things in my stomach, and I just even remember that moment with my dad. It wasn't a great one, but it was a powerful one. And some of the things that I learned were the stories that we hold in our head. In particular, the stories about our limits. Did we put them there? Or did they come from another place? So, did that story, part of it for me came from my dad, but for my dad it came from culture, right? It came from the world in which he grew up. And so what I learned was that I had to just lean into being me and try to nothing to do with me and just tap into the story of me that makes me feel like I want to thrive. And then try to map out how to get beyond the barriers. And I guess from a together culture perspective, the message, one of the messages I'm trying to land is that it isn't just about us individually when we do that. It's about a culture change. Because we live in a society where to have a quote unquote elite, for there to be a group of people who've got all the money and have all the power and get to make all the decisions, it's based on us not having very good self-esteem. It's based on us deciding that there are limits to what we're capable of being and doing. And so it's so important for our own individual mental well-being to get beyond the feeling of imposter syndrome or the limits to our self-esteem. But the thing is that when we do that, this is part of being the equitable change. Because we have the audacity to believe in ourselves and that the limits other people are placing on us are not true. We are changing culture. And when we change the culture, we will change the systems.
Oh, come on in. Come on in.
I am
Where's
really,
your head on?
Yeah. I'm really
we have
quiet
we have a
these
lot of
things.
these conversations, and, and Heather and I, when we get together, have a lot of the same sort of conversations, which is why I was very excited about this triangular effect.
Fascinating.
Where do you even start?
So for me, I think what's coming up for me is that I agree with you 100% that these self-limiting beliefs that we have are often given to us by external I can't even speak anymore.
It's starting.
What's the word? Intrinsic. Yes, thank you. Elements and influences. And to your point, absolutely, the systems that are currently created, for example, Alex and I often talk about kind of people in power and the university train where you go to the best university, say, for example, Eton, and the people that go to Eton are often reared in a particular way where they don't feel necessarily the impact of imposter syndrome because for them it's a given. And it's a given because to some extent it's who they know. Their dad was X and therefore there is an opportunity for them in that role. Their uncle was the top head of X and therefore there is an opportunity for them in that role.
Their social capital has a silver lining.
Absolutely for them, right? And therefore those people that are outside of those systems having to work doubly hard or thrice as hard in order to get the opportunity isn't necessarily something that is put on them as an individual. The system, to your point, the culture upholds that pathway for them. And so those that live or exist outside of those areas are the ones that have to do this work, whereas for some people it's a given. And I want to be really clear here. It's not that those people who are part of the nepotism, reality aren't struggling necessarily with their mental well-being, but they'll be struggling with a very different reason, i.e. I know I haven't worked as hard to get here and therefore am I going to be found out? So there's certain elements throughout their lived experience or their frame of reference which will dictate to them how they feel, I guess, from an individual point of view. That's what's coming up for me at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I think there's a guy, so I had a really interesting experience. I have a few interesting experiences a year. But last year I had a really interesting experience, 3 days in Windsor Castle, and with 20 people that from all walks of life. From, we had a principal from a university in Africa, to a director of strategy for the First Minister of Scotland, to all sorts. And there's one guy who comes to my mind, I won't say his name, but he's the 7th generation owner of this business. So to your point, he's a really cool guy. And we were having some really deep discussions, especially after a few beers on day 2, whatever. Because, by the way, we were there for 3 days with one question, which is, what are your hopes and fears for the future? 3 days on that one question. And anyway, to your point, he had some really interesting, like you say, struggles about imposter syndrome, his mental well-being. He'd been through some challenges because he's got it all. You got it all, man. You got like a massive business. You just walked in. You're in. But he has similar.
Yeah, of course.
We all have. We all have, and that's what comes up to me when you were speaking, Heather, and then to layer on your reflection there. What do you say about Heather?
So I think it's interesting. So what is imposter syndrome? So what is it that makes imposter syndrome universal? So let me ask you folks this question. making the assumption, because it is universal, that you felt imposter syndrome at some stage in your life or in your day-to-day experience. Have you ever walked into a room and felt imposter syndrome? Either of you?
Everyone just went. Make sure you on the comments on LinkedIn and Facebook, YouTube. How do you reflect on this and let's make this participatory.
Yeah, that would be great. So, what does it feel like in your body when you feel imposter syndrome?
Mirror comes
sweaty.
up.
It's that anxiety, right? It's an anxiety of you don't belong, or what if, or am I gonna show up am I gonna stumble my words like me with I still can't.
You got to forgive yourself. We're on a Liveathon
here. Exactly. But
you've been awake a while.
Extinct, whatever the word is. But all these sorts of things that come up, and that whole kind of shaky, nauseous feeling. Not that I've ever felt it at all, ever.
Right. So it hits your nervous system. You feel tingly and shaky and anxious. And I've heard a lot of people say they feel small. Like they kind of
shrinks you. Yeah, interesting.
They kind of want to disappear in the moment. And how about any thoughts that are running through your head? Not specific, but more general. What is the fear?
Why did Alex make me do this again?
Yeah.
Second year.
I think, why did Alex do this again? You're not good enough, Alex, to do this again. You ain't got the energy anymore for this sort of stuff. I think one of the things that comes up for me is about that strength. It's like, am I strong? Yeah. Are you sure? Am I strong enough to do this? So it's usually that those sort of things that
someone else is better.
It's a mirror. It's a metaphorical mirror that comes, slaps you in the face, and goes, "Oh, yo, are you sure this is for you? I don't think you can make that."
Exactly. So the feeling of imposter syndrome, the word that we hear over and over and over again is, am I enough? Am I enough? I'm nervous because what if I'm not enough? Right? And so the thing that I love doing
Stand in front of it.
Is breaking
Rebel.
down imposter and syndrome. So what is an imposter? I'm just going to give it to you just because interest with an eye at a time. An imposter, you are enough. You are enough.
Go on, Debs. We got rebels in here,
Yes, I love it. But the thing is, even if we know we are enough, we all have these moments where we feel like we are enough, right? It's also, I think it's universal. So to your point about how people in all stations of society can feel this, it's because it's very human, right? And on one level, it's good because God knows there are enough narcissists on this planet and sociopaths, and they are not leading us in a good direction. So in some senses, humility is a very good thing. However, embodying this idea that we're not enough and that there are limits what we're capable of doing, not helpful. Anyway, so an imposter is actually a person who pretends to be something that they're not for malicious intent. So when you're feeling, am I enough? It's highly unlikely that you are feeling you are not enough because you are trying to hurt somebody else. So for me, when I think of an imposter, I don't know, do you remember the Pink Panther? This probably dates me, but cartoon character, literally a Pink Panther, so cool, really cool soundtrack from like the 70s and the 80s. YouTube it if you don't know it. And the Pink Panther, is trying to outwit Inspector Clouseau. And so sometimes he's a surgeon or an astronaut or even just like a Don Juan singing love songs, but he's never truly those things. He's trying to do it so he can get one up on Inspector Clouseau, right? That's an imposter. When you sit down to give a talk or go for a job interview or speak up in class or put yourself out there to ask somebody out for a date, whatever the heck it is, and you feel imposter syndrome, you are not doing it because you're trying to hurt somebody. You're doing it because you're trying to step out of your comfort zone, right? And then syndrome. A syndrome is a collection of symptoms that we utilize
or that medical professionals utilize to make a medical diagnosis. So this idea that we call something an imposter syndrome actually makes me really cross. It makes me really, really cross. It means that we have an epidemic of people who are out there trying to be something that they're not, to hurt other people. So the next time people feel this thing, and that it's chronic, like there's something wrong with you and you need to go and get medicine for this and you're not well because of it. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. So what's really, really happening when we are feeling imposter syndrome, I take it back to the F word and the C word.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. And you know they're not that, but it's a fun way to remember it. Yeah. The F word is fear and the C word is comfort. So what's really happening when we're feeling imposter syndrome is we are stepping beyond our comfort zone. And the only way to live a vibrant, full, and thriving life is to step beyond your comfort zone. And the way that our brains are wired, the first thing that we feel when we step beyond our comfort zone is fear. It's inevitable. There's this bit in our brain called the basal ganglia. It's the first part of our brain that developed way back when anthropologically. It's really, really useful if a lion is chasing you. It is not altogether useful if you are sat in a job interview. It is not. Or you're trying to speak truth to power, or you're standing up to somebody who is assaulting someone on a bus verbally, right? That fear ain't all that useful, but it's there. The thing that I find really, really exciting and promising is if you can sit with the fear and just say, hi, welcome, I'm trying something, I'm being brave. When you get beyond the fear, the learning zone steps in. And if you sit with learning long enough, the growth zone sets in. So the weird thing about imposter syndrome is we have a choice when we feel it. We can decide to retract into our comfort zone, or we can say, why, hello, fear. I must be on the right track here because I'm pushing myself beyond the limits that I've set for myself. And those limits probably came from not me, but from society and a culture that is trying to tell me that I can't do something or that I'm not enough. So if we keep pushing, we start to learn. And the more we learn, the more we grow. And whatever it is, but it's in that space that your comfort zone, that's a C word, starts to expand. And when your comfort zone expands, I mean, it's a lifelong journey, right? It's exponential. What are you capable of if you spend 10, 20, 30, 90 years expanding your comfort zone?
Wow.
What are you capable of?
Everything. Anything.
Everything. Yep.
And then,
So what
if
do
we're aligned at the same time with our friends and our community.
Exactly. So if you are going on this journey, and if you've got a community around you, it's a lot easier to go on this journey. If you're going on this journey, and I mean, honestly, it's skills too, right? I mean, it's not just, you don't just will yourself to do this. You've got to figure out how to do it.
Yeah.
And so if you're building the skills to do that, and if you're helping other people build those skills to do it, and if the community is getting beyond their comfort zone and growing, learning and growing, I mean, that's capacity building, that's impact. And that's when we change our culture and change our systems. Individually, how about you folks? When you feel imposter syndrome, what do you do in that moment?
I don't really have much of a filter for, I don't know. I don't think about it enough. I just do it. I don't know. I think I built quite a capacity for just doing stuff. I don't know. I don't.
Just kind of feel the fear and do it anyway.
I do reflect. Yeah. But I'm also a really good reflector in the sense that I will probably flop on my face in some of those situations, and I'll feel really rubbish about myself after. I have it like I'm like, is a thing. I'm not as clued up on this sort of stuff. If post-imposter syndrome is a thing, so I'll just go, yeah, all right, yeah, let's do it. Liveathon, why not? But then I'll go, oh man, why didn't I press that button? Or why didn't I?
That's the power of hindsight, right?
Yeah,
and I think
exactly.
everybody has the power of hindsight and what they could have.
I wish I could say that I had like a.
Yeah. I don't really have imposter syndrome. I recognise nerves, and even having experience of like anxiety. You know, if somebody's got this and it's like, I'm really anxious, I'm like, well, try reframing it as nervous, and nervous are a completely appropriate response. Whereas anxiety is a very, very different beast for some people. So I think not minimizing the emotion, but recognizing it in terms of what you're actually about to do, 100%. Right? Anxiety comes from nowhere, and if you were diagnosed with anxiety, it's not attached to anything specific. Whereas, so if we start to use language that is inclusive, i.e., I'm nervous because I'm about to go and sing in front of 200 people, it's a normal and appropriate response.
Yeah.
For you to feel nervous, right? In fact, I feel a bit weird. I tend to, because I do sing in front of quite a few people, but I will normally either crack a joke or go, guys, I'm really nervous, my mouth's gone really dry. And then because that's me, that's who I am. And then I am who I am. So I think sometimes it's about being 100% yourself and knowing that there is nobody else like you, which is a very interesting way of kind of looking at it, I think.
I recognise it a lot in the community here, especially within those kind of early business leader, when we do these business baby showers, and it's a phrase that comes up a lot, and I think it's wonderful that, you know, the way that you've described that there and unpacked that, I think that's wonderfully helpful to the community here. So, you know, very grateful for that, Heather.
Yeah,
it's
fascinating. I've never heard imposter syndrome.
Heather would love to come and talk about that here for sure. You've got some people in here
want Wellbeing Wednesday.
Want you over here for a Wellbeing Wednesday.
But hearing you break it down, I think like that is, I've never heard imposter syndrome broken down in a way. I understand it, you know, cognitively, and I understand it's kind of made up. But actually to hear you utilize those words in the way in which you've done so to break it down has been phenomenal. Yeah, really, really.
No, wonderful, Heather. Debs will be in touch, who's our co-chair of Wellbeing Wednesday. Once we've finished fundraising, please donate. So Heather, because we've got to go, but I want to say something. What you're doing over at Together Culture and our alignment in the work that we're doing in terms of building social infrastructure with our communities, I think this is our year. It's going to be. It's finally in focus like it's never been before, I think. And I want to send from our community to yours all love, best wishes, lots of sharing this year, lots of shared practice and support for each other. You're appreciated, and thank you for sharing a moment of speaking up with us.
Likewise. Happy New Year, everybody. And the next time you feel imposter syndrome, breathe. Ask yourself, are the thoughts in my mind true? Make yourself bigger. However you can move, however you do that. Like if it's stretching out like this and shaking your hands, just make yourself feel bigger. That really helps a lot. And remember, you're not alone.
Oh, beautiful.
Love that.
Love you, Heather. Bless you.
Bye.
Go on.
Bye, bye, bye.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. I will. Yeah. Oh, gorgeous. Oh, mate. We're just waiting to see if we can hear you, hun.
Maybe it would help if I put my mic on.
That's it. No, exactly. It was. Hello, love.
How are you both?
Mate. Well, do you know what? I feel as if I can't actually complain because I slept from midnight until 5 o'clock this morning. So I feel quite bad saying I'm absolutely exhausted because Alex has been up forever. Whereas actually I kind of bounded out of bed at 5 and like, hi, I'm ready to go now.
Bless you.
I
Well,
know.
let's see how you are a bit later on.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I've got to go work tomorrow, haven't I? So I'm a bit like, ugh. But yeah, I'm okay. How you doing?
Do you know what? I'm all right. It's Monday.
Monday's Monday in.
Monday's got the Mondays.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
Monday is Monday in.
But it's okay. It's okay. Look, we can. It's a good. You know, we're very privileged in so many ways. I'm holding on to that. I've decided that my mantra is going to be look for the glimmers.
Yes. I love
glimmers.
this.
Hi, Sarah.
We spend a lot of time, don't we? Hello, bless you.
Yeah, bless you.
Have you had lots of coffees, or do you
I've only
not
had
do
2
caffeine?
coffees. I'm holding on. I did
I'm on
one
decaf.
coffee at 4
You
a.m.
know
I
me,
think.
I can't handle caffeine.
And then I've had one more.
Not allowed.
I'm gonna hit it up at the next interval.
Oh, bless you. Well, look, I'm so impressed. I jumped on this morning. I saw you, watched you for 10 minutes, and then I had to hop out
Yeah,
again.
I know.
But
You're busy. You're
full
busy.
of energy, full of energy. It's so impressive. But yes, what I was talking about is we spend so much time. Well, I think at this moment it's really hard not to, that we focus quite a lot on the triggers, the things that are wrong or the things that are going to set us off. And actually, I've been fortunate in the last few weeks to have sight of some really great things, some wonderful conversations with folk, seeing services that are happening. The Citizens Hub is one of my favourite places on the planet. My mum, I tell you,
Honestly,
is
you're
now
I'm
your
so happy about this.
biggest fan of
Honestly.
all. She thinks the Citizens Hub is like manna from heaven. It's just like she really does love it, and
She
the
comes
fact that
back and back. Honestly, it's great.
Nice. Good. It's important that it's part of the community, right? We'll talk about
Yeah.
that, especially kind of like intergenerational as well, right? Like
100%.
the elders, the youth, and everybody in between, like using community space. That's what it's here
beautiful
for.
thing. It's a beautiful thing.
Love
Yeah,
it,
she's
love
off
it.
out. She's been out loads of times last week. It's like
Get down here. Get down here.
I said to her, well, just you guys. I said to her, are you coming round for tea on Friday? She said, no, I'm still on the bus with the group. Like, all right then. Been dumped with the Citizens Hub.
I love that. Love that. Also, thanks for our hug. We had we literally bumped into each other. Was it last week? I don't know
Yes.
when it was.
Yeah,
It
last
was
week.
like
Some
in passing, a bit like you. It's
Yeah,
like
all the
we're
time.
busy. It's like we got. Do you want a hug? 2 minutes. Got to go. Got a train. Blah, blah, blah. But it's lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely to see you.
yeah, I mean, amazing. And I think that we're going to the football as well, I think, in a few weeks'
Yeah, I
time.
see. Yeah, we getting in circles, isn't we?
One second, sorry. What did you just say?
Well, we got other
I know.
plans. We got plans.
What say?
Well, I know. Yeah.
Yeah. One second.
It's very exciting. We're going to see the football.
Yeah.
It's Peterborough United, which is very important to our local
Yes.
community.
Yeah.
So we're
Yes.
going to be a lovely day. But as I keep saying, so we're going with with Matt Hyde's mutual
So
friend.
Lloyds Bank Foundation
Yeah.
CEO.
Yeah. And it's really important. We're going to be talking about communities. But as I told him, he's a Peterborough United fan. I'm a little bit of a bad luck charm. So
no.
it's very likely that Peterborough will lose on that day because
Oh, mate, don't say that.
Oh dear. See,
I'm
the reason why I had to confirm this, right, is because Sarah said I'm going to see the football, right?
I know what she's
love
going to
you.
say. I know what she's going to say.
No. First of all, it's like normally people go to watch the football. This is why you know that she actually don't do
yeah,
football,
that's
right?
right, yeah.
And second of all, I'm like,
Just one football.
Yeah, just
see it.
win. Like, when is this, Sarah? When is
Yeah,
this?
we
I
got-
love
we have-
to see this.
Sunday.
Hun.
It's on a Sunday. It means I'm going to have to
Yeah.
get dressed and everything.
I love this for you.
Which
Yeah, we
is,
can have some
you
fun,
know
though.
how I feel about this.
I know.
You know how I feel about this. So Danielle knows I'm a proper homebody, right? I have been all my life. I like being at home. I like being with my family and with my kids. I don't have a social life, not because I don't have friends, because I've got loads. I've got Danielle. Like, I mean, she's like 5 friends in one. So,
That's very true.
you know,
It's very true.
yeah. So I've got lots of people I could go with. I just like lying on the sofa.
And we love
That's
this
cool.
for you. All right, so I'll have to tell this story before Sarah
Yeah,
gets
go
into
on,
her thing.
go on,
Bob. So I'm like, I've got Sarah, we're friends, right? So we're not like just work colleagues, we are friends. So I'll text Sarah, and in the beginning, 10, 11 years ago, because our daughters go to school together, I used to go, oh, Sarah, should we go out? Like, and she'd be like, yeah. She never meant yes, ever, first of all. And she used to do this thing where so in the end, I used to, exactly, yes. So I used to say, oh, you coming out? And she'd be like, of course.
Like my actual body would be going no. And my mouth would be saying.
And so now it's like we invite her, but we know she's not coming.
That's cool.
But we love her anyway. So you accept people you meet people where they're at. You know?
Well, then in which case, I know how serious you are about some of the conversations.
Exactly. That's why I was so
shocked. It's a big conversation right now, and we've got some big stuff going on, haven't we, Sarah?
Yeah, this is hardcore. So I'm making the effort.
You gotta go. All right, babe.
Should look at processing it.
But no, Alex. The whole time I'm there, I'm in the back of my mind.
I got you though. I know that now, so I got you.
I should be in my pajamas.
That's right.
Yeah, it's fine. I got you. I see it, and I got you now. You're good.
Yes.
I
so how much? Go on.
We got like 20 minutes, but I didn't know what we actually wanted to talk about with you today. You've sent quite a lot of stuff through here.
Did I?
You went off. You went off on one.
I go off on one.
Yeah. So we got personal experience is the thing, but I don't know if you want to talk about something a bit more future focused.
Did Louise send it? I was asking.
I don't. You know. Also that I'm flying by the seat of my pants a little bit.
Yeah.
So, and that's what I caught from you.
What's front of mind? What are you curious about right now?
What am I curious about right now? Well, actually, do you know what? I'm a little bit obsessed with 24-hour access to mental health support in communities, very much inspired by the work of the Hub, but also stuff that's going on in the Mind Network, etc. Things that I've done in the past, services that we've created, and so on. And I really do think that we've got to a point where the only answer right now is that we have open access 24/7 mental health hubs in communities.
Yeah, man. Yeah, damn right. Let's go.
That's basically it.
Some of that.
And I don't know. I can't now think of any other solution. And that's I have been in mental health 35 years, and we're going full circle, right? Because when I first started out, what we provided for people when they left long stay hospitals was community support, like day centres and places for people to go, places for people to develop relationships, things for people to do, support to, be part of the community and so on, which is exactly what the Citizens Hub does, right? You are giving people a stake in their own community. Amen. And that's part of what 24-hour mental health hubs could do. But also, we've got loads of people in crisis. They're not getting the help they need. But often they don't need a hospital. They don't need to be in an inpatient ward or whatever. What they do need is they need to be able to go somewhere right away, walk in where they're not going to be judged, where they're going to be supported, recognised, welcomed, given a cup of tea, sat down and given the care and support that they need. And when we keep thinking there has to be a silver bullet for mental health, I'm afraid it's not. It's community, it's relationship, it's that. And I'm afraid the more we look for this big thing, the more we are losing sight of actually what matters.
Amen. And so I just kind of like to give you a little bit of background. So I don't know if all of you guys know, Sarah used to be the chief executive of CPSL Mind.
And we got Olivia in later, by the way. Olivia's coming in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, the wonderful Olivia, yes.
Yeah, but now Sarah sits in the top job for National Mind as the chief
didn't actually introduce
right?
her. Sarah, who's CEO
of National Mind across the whole of the UK. And what I find lovely about this story is because what you've just said, I remember you giving me an opportunity at ABC Life Support going into the sanctuary in Cambridge. And those of you that don't know about the sanctuary, it's something that you spearheaded, I do believe, at CPSL Mind, which talks to that 24-hour access. It was an open house that you could go to if you were in crisis in Cambridge at that moment and need support. And it was exactly that. People were able to give you a cup of tea, be able to sit down, talk you through your challenges and offer real human interaction. And its success rate was phenomenal. And Sarah introduced me to the organisation, and we taught them first aid training. because that was what ABC Live Support CIC did. And seeing it in real life and seeing what the opportunities were in real life mental health interventions on the ground has been phenomenal. And taking that mentality now to National Mind and showing them that you have a solution. There has been tried and tested pilots across community. We now need to think strategically with those things about adopting them because it works. Sanctuary is flipping amazing.
This is the thing. And that's part of my frustration, I guess, that we're overcomplicating the whole thing. We know what works. We know how much it costs. We know what the impact is on the entire system. So it really just demands a reorientation of the way we spend our money. And I know that sounds incredibly grand, but it's absolutely doable. And when I think about, the Sanctuary or all of the other services we've got around the country that are open access, I visited one in York, for instance, a couple of weeks ago. This is what people need and want. Mm-hmm. And so the constant, we've spent a lot of time individualizing people's issues. So we're like, you need therapy, or, you need to be more resilient. You need to fix up. You need to do this. When actually, a community that is open, that is non-judgmental, that can be curious about you, that can accept you for your differences, whether that is race, gender, sexuality, or whatever, that is what creates mentally healthy societies.
Yes.
It really is. And I don't know, it's not more complicated than that.
No, it really isn't. It isn't. You can imagine our conversations when we've had
oh my gosh,
when we get the opportunity to do so, can't you?
Hilarious. If we catch each other on the train, we
do. And I think exactly, we do. We end up getting accosted on trains when we're together. But I think what's lovely about our friendship and also about the work that we do is that when you are a true socialist, and Sarah, doctorate and social worker, etc. Me, social, a social carer at heart. It is ultimately about the community, and it is ultimately about living through their lens and seeing what works and what doesn't work and what options are available, etc., etc. And our conversations are never ever small, ever, because it's always about this. Because you live and breathe it, don't you? And it's like so.
I live and breathe it in terms of my work and the way I think, but you live and breathe it in terms of how you live your life. So that's the difference between you and I, which is because in a way, I come from a very big family, brought up like in, massive, all my family living with me, etc. I feel really privileged to have all of that kind of insight and knowledge. As I've grown up, I've become somebody who's much more kind of focused on my immediate family and my friends, etc., in terms of those relationships. I don't really do very much in terms of engaging with the community. And we've talked about this a lot, that I wear sunglasses so people don't look me in the eye. I kind of, I don't often, I haven't really spoken a lot about who I am locally because I don't want to create expectations that I can't meet. You, Danielle, are very different, and you live the life of community. You live the life of, as I say, walking up the road with Danielle is a nightmare. So I'm like that. Oh my God. She's talking to someone again. My God. And I love that about you, but that's not how I live. And so my contribution to the notion of community is very much kind of in the work that I do and how I advocate. You live it, Danielle. You are a beacon of our community. You have, done all sorts of things through your kids, doing all sorts of stuff, coaching or whatever you've done there, but also the way you engage the community yourself. And I just kind of wanted to say that publicly.
Oh, thanks, lovely.
Yeah.
Oh,
lovely. Go on, Danny.
Thank you.
So love it.
I know, I do love you. I love you
we've
very
got
much.
love.
And I just, I'm so proud of you. And I think that this issue of community, there are people who, I fight for it and I'll always have your back. And then there are people who live it. And I just, there are, all of us are needed, I know.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we talked about it earlier, didn't we? We had this conversation earlier. It's about the different roles that people play. And it's really interesting because I've been going through some reflection changes around the role I'm playing. You know, I'm a granddad nowadays. I know I'm only 37, but it's the mileage. It's the mileage.
Yeah,
It's the mileage.
yeah, absolutely.
I started pretty young. I've had a few careers already and whatnot. And actually, how over the next probably 2 or 3 years, especially as we scale this project, I go from the disruptive fire starter entrepreneur, you know, go punch some stuff in the face and figure it out, to systems builder, culture builder, you know, framework, intellectual property, you know, big scale. And actually, I find it interesting because I'm now spending my time. I like to master things, so I'm now spending my time with more Sarah Hugheses, who are systems builders and infrastructure builders and culture builders, and I find it really fascinating to see that bridge. It's like the second arc for me in my own development, and I'm enjoying learning about that. Yeah, the infrastructure piece. So when you're looking at what's left behind to allow others, because we talked about earlier, we've got Sam. We've got Sam Squire, you know, Young Entrepreneur of the Year East of England. He needs a platform, he needs a runway, he needs a plane, he needs a hub, he needs a bus, he needs all the stuff he demands every day, you know, as a chair to keep up with that, you know. But our role in this next step, or me personally, is in how do I become an infrastructure builder rather than the energy life force.
I think that's really hard. In fact, it's really interesting because I'm trying to get back to writing my blogs, and I had a bit of a break before Christmas. We had a family bereavement, and I sort of went off piste. So I'm bringing it back, and I'm thinking about one of the things is the cost of leadership, right? Is complex, and one of those is. It'll make sense to you why I'm saying this in a minute, but the moral injury of leadership can be that when you go to often scale or profile, that the authenticity of you has to be compromised, because there is no doubt that to be a leader in the public eye at national scale demands compromise. And it's about the level of compromise you're willing to make and take. And the residue of that can sometimes be moral injury. So best believe, as the chief exec of one of the biggest mental health organisations in the country, in Europe, there is no doubt that I should be able to do and say things that I think are right. Absolutely not. And that is because it's no longer about me and my desire and my view, but about hundreds and thousands of people that I'm now trying to advocate for. And that just changes the game. And so when you become you are the person, the face of citizens hubs around the country, you are no longer Alex Hughes, the hero of Cambridgeshire. You represent something else that is fragile, scary, and you need people around you.
Well, good job I got you, lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm telling you. I mean, it's true though, isn't it, Dan?
No, I hear you.
Yeah,
I hear you.
and it's something we often struggle with, is that showing up, that authenticity, that authentic voice, saying what you want to say or saying what needs to be said, and saying what you want to say versus what your people want you to say.
Yeah, and that is a struggle, and I think that's something that we know, if we're going to build all these hubs around the country, whatever we call them, we need a lot of thoughtful leaders. We're going to need to share that leadership in a way that's that enables them to thrive.
That's right.
And we need to understand that.
Sarah, I spoke about you earlier when we were talking about AI.
At least 10 times, actually. I think she hasn't stopped shutting up, babe, actually.
About AI, and it was, I know, right? Because Sarah, if you haven't followed Sarah on the Instagram, do it, because it's hilarious. Because she often has Monday rants, and they are brilliant.
I know I've missed my morning, but I
was going to check in to see if you've done it right. But you did you did one last Friday, I think it was. Because again, sisterhood here, we share each other's stuff and we amplify each other's stuff, which is quite rightfully what you should be doing. But you wrote about AI, and we were talking about AI because Alex sent me a massive list of things that I could do to prompt my, what's it called?
You asked for it.
I did. What I didn't expect was to have 4 essays, right? Like, which I had to read through on WhatsApp. And I was like, no, I can't. He's going to have to show me. And I mentioned about the fact that you'd named your AI, that you're very, very considered with the use of AI.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, look, so I'm a bit obsessed with AI. When I first started using it, so I've been consistently using it now for 18 months. And when I first started using it, I was like, oh my gosh, I've now found the answer to all of the world's problems, right? And, really excited about it. Apart from one of my early errors with AI, which I'll just tell a story quickly, which I wrote a blog. I asked it to design a picture for me and of my beauty cabinet because it was a beauty blog. And anyway, Billy had to tell me that, did I notice that there was a sex toy in the middle of
No.
Yeah. So I changed that picture pretty rapidly. Because I didn't feel like that. I really wanted that. I know that I hope no young people got too shocked. But the reality is you don't go into it with this idea it's the hero of the piece.
No.
But we also cannot ignore it, because frankly, it is what we put in. So if we leave it to the bad folk, and we know who the bad folk are, don't we? So if we leave it to the bad folk, then it's just going to be bad, right? So I feel like I have a duty to wrestle control from the bad guys of AI. I see the benefits. I also think we have a duty to talk about the risks. And so certainly Mind will be doing quite a lot of work around AI and mental health, more to come shortly. But I think it's one of the most important considerations of our time.
Absolutely.
I agree with that. And I think what's interesting, likewise, Sarah. So I've been obsessed with AI for a good few years now. I'm a bit of a techie, but at heart, actually. And I think it's really interesting times when we think about the positive, negative use and the environmental side of things. We talk about water a lot. I can get on with the electricity bit because we'll be solar soon anyway. Don't worry about it. And that's infinite. We've got this massive ball of energy in the sky. We should probably use it more. The water is an issue. But I think we need to educate ourselves on this stuff. And two things that I would add on that. So AI literacy. So we've got young people literally upstairs right now learning coding. I know it's on Friday, I don't know.
Absolutely.
We already said it was earlier. But at a leadership level, AI theory. So leadership needs to, personally, what I like to see is people in leadership positions understanding the good use of it and the ethics of it. And then if you're a young person coming into the market or anyone looking to retrain, whatever your circumstance, you want to learn something, that you need to learn the tools. Because that's the future. That is the future.
And so we've done a lot. We've got apprenticeships at every level in our organisation. I've done a course with Zoe Amar, the leading sort of charity person for AI. And in fact, I just asked one of my our OD, if I could, organizational development person, if I could do the apprenticeship that we are developing, which it's a 13-month apprenticeship, and it goes through every single detail. I mean, it's a level 3 apprenticeship on AI, but I'm really, it's at that level you have to understand, right? Yeah. Because you cannot assume that you get it just because you work out how to prompt. So I think it's really important. And just a quick one before I go, Alex, my brother went to school with you. He's probably 2 years younger than you are.
Uh-oh.
It's all right. He said you were nice, so it's all right. All right. But he now works in the music industry, and I should introduce you because he works for reintroduce you. He works for a Sony spin-off, which is using AI to make sure artists are able to protect their music and to be able to sort of work out how you use AI in the music industry. And it's really, I think, impressive stuff. And I think there's loads, isn't there? The opportunities.
Do connect me. So I'll be seeing your mum.
My mum. I know.
It's all just going to merge into one big, beautiful mind and citizen
just
hub.
Join the family, Alex, at this stage.
Yeah, I don't know. Be careful you wish for, mate.
Very welcome.
All right,
Thank
bless
you
you
so much for having me, and good luck with the rest of the day. You are marvellous, honestly, marvellous.
Thanks, lovely.
Much love.
See you later.
See you later, Sarah.
Bye.
See you later. Love it. Okay, let's just pause for a minute. Yep. We've got Gary in the waiting. We've got a couple of minutes. How you feeling?
Oh,
Are you
yeah,
all right?
right.
Let's check in.
Yeah, not too bad. I'm not too bad. I'm getting a bit, but
Yeah.
I'm all right. I think I'm okay.
I think
I'll grab some lunch later.
Yeah.
I'm not too hungry
Well, I
right
can geek out. So I've got so Bailey. I can see Bailey in the house. So talking about AI.
now. Oh, good lord.
Yeah. So Bailey and I can geek out on AI for 1 o'clock if you want,
Okay.
and then we got Gary now. If you want to take half hour, 1 till half 1.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Fine.
Is that
Do
all
you
right?
wanna do one later
Yeah.
or
Where you
no?
can do Gary Clark in the house.
Nice.
Yeah, we can do that. Let's just do that. We're contracting it publicly.
Yeah. So what do you think about that one?
Right, we've got one more on this stream, and then we're going to switch to the 1 o'clock stream. So let's get Gary on. Let's have a chat with Gary about, because he was supposed to be in person.
Yeah, I remember.
I saw his email. So it's okay to be selfish and prioritising you. So Gary, if you can hear us, bear with us. We'll be with you in 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
While I just switch things up. Yeah, do you want another drink or anything?
No, I'm good. I've got loads of drinks. It's a yawn. That was the first time I think I've yawned today, which isn't too bad. It's not too bad. Hello to all of our people watching. How's it going? How are we? Still here? Thank you for joining. And if you haven't already donated, please donate. We've got some crowdfunding, match funding. So yes, please do. If you haven't already donated, donate a couple of quid. Every little helps. What strapline is that? Every little helps. What strapline is every little helps? Is it Tesco? Tesco, thank you. What's Tesco's?
Right, cool. Gary, ready? The marathon bit is real.
Yes.
Here he is. How you feeling, Gary? You all right?
Hello. You know, thank you. I'm better than I was. I've had this horrible lurgy that's gone round. I've got my box of tissues and I've got a glass of water, so I'm all right. How are you?
Well, we're just having a little bit of the check-in, so go easy on us. We've recognised a little bit of a slump in our energy.
I've just been watching. Exciting to hear Sarah talking as well. So I've just been watching and trying to hang up at the right time so we don't get a double feedback.
Yeah, of course.
You guys are struggling. You need food. You need refueling.
Right.
Oh no, we're okay. Yeah,
We're good. No, we're in a good place. We're in a good place,
Yeah.
and I just wanted you to be aware that we're happy to just stay on a level for a moment. I know that you're not very well either, so that suits us all to have a slower, more thoughtful conversation here.
Nice,
Chill.
thoughtful conversation.
I'm a professional speaker. I have to pretend I'm okay. No, I don't have to be.
Yeah.
I'd rather be authentically
Well,
me.
where
and-
you are here, you ain't got to pretend to be okay.
Absolutely.
You're all right. You're
Yeah,
quite all right.
know what
mate.
you are.
You're quite all right.
All is
So
good.
you're right. So we haven't met before, Gary.
No.
Yet.
Next time I'm down, I need to come in.
Yeah.
I've driven past. So
Yeah. Fine. Okay. Cool. That's cool. So obviously, do you want to introduce yourself, and then I know that you sent in some bits that you want to talk about, mainly around prioritizing yourself, right?
yeah, absolutely. I'll give you a quick intro and then I'll
Yeah,
tell
go,
you, and then we'll get into the why, I'm sure, afterwards as well. So yeah, Gary Parsons, hello. So I am all about the colour yellow at the moment, and you'll see it. It's absolutely my brand. We'll talk about this word in a minute. I've realised I'm sat far too low for the camera. It's back to front. It says selfish.
We got you.
And absolutely something that I'm going to be telling you guys to be today is just to be a little bit more selfish. And yeah, I work with leaders in businesses, whether they are founders or they are leaders in a, I don't know, senior management team, senior leadership team. I work with them to just make sure that they are prioritizing themselves. And we'll get into this, but I spent a lot of my time in my previous business, which I exited after 15 years. I spent a lot of time just hearing HR and companies and I noticed Sarah's in organisational development that she was talking about, and the one thing that they always talk about is make sure you look after the employees' well-being. And no one ever spoke about the leaders, the people that are leading the organisation, the ones that have got to, a little bit like you asked me how I am at the start, you know, that have got to pretend we're stood here, that we're invincible, we don't get winter bugs, and we are always okay. And yeah, I felt like in 2024, when I started to tell the world what I'd gone through and what we need to be doing, it was the right time, because we'd spoken about well-being enough and said, look, we need to start saying it's okay to not be okay. But we just weren't saying that to people that owned businesses. We weren't saying it to leaders in boardrooms. It was just a stigma was everywhere, really.
Yeah, it's awesome, man.
Yeah.
And it's true. It is true.
I kind of went like that when he said that, because I felt really sorry for myself.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry.
As a leader,
I'm really serious.
You're not allowed to feel, you know, you have to show up and have a bad day, or you're exhausted and you are carrying the weight of an entire organisation and staff and jobs and pressure and funding and all of these things. And then what about us? And do you know what's really fascinating? And I know that the LinkedIn crew, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I'm just going to say it because I'm too far gone now, I'm tired. But you get quite a lot of people, individuals in organisations, who bitch an awful lot on LinkedIn about their organisation have done this or toxic this or blah, 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 blah. And of course, to Sarah's point earlier, as an organisation, you are never, ever to reciprocate that. And I understand reputational risk and all that stuff. So there seems to be like an element of all of the organisations must be awful and toxic and horrible because all of these people are saying all of these things. But what's missing from that narrative is an organisational stance. Now, because of organisations and who you are and the, you know, the job in which you work in and the position, the custody of the organisation you have, you will never hear a word from any of them.
No.
So there seems to be this kind of imbalance between these awful, horrible places, according to all the staff, and yet no leaders say a word.
And Gary, I find it quite interesting, especially if you're working with lots of different businesses as well. I don't work that deeply with other CEOs in those places, but I certainly hang around with them, and Danielle included. And I think, you know, what I find interesting is it goes two ways, in my view. What I see is it goes into people, leaders that are happy to have this discussion and have an honest, open conversation about that. And others just go, yeah, it's just the way it is, cold. They go a bit cold to the society or to the masses, if you like. I know it sounds, you know, because they're like, oh, well, you know.
Stay back, yeah.
Stay back. So, you know, the media guy told me to don't say anything.
Yeah.
I've been shut up a few times, especially like with the St Neots initiative and stuff like that. I've had to shut up and not say anything while I'm getting attacked and And I totally recognise that, but I unfortunately think, I don't know if it's right, but I would say 80% just retreat from this conversation. So I'm really happy that you brought this conversation to this, because it's a rare one. No one else talking about that.
Nobody else talk about it.
Yeah, and go back to some of the points that Danielle was making as well, is yes, there's organisations that are doing things wrong all the time. And it happens, and because they are humans in businesses. No matter where you sit, you are a human. And I don't want to invalidate anybody's experiences of what they're going through, but we are all going through something in our lives. And I live by a phrase, and feel free to take it on board, is that there's always a reason, but never an excuse. And yes. I want people to understand what is going on in my life. I might have said something to you in the wrong way, and absolutely I know it is wrong, but I want you to understand why I might have said it, or the actions I've taken, that we've had to do something in an organisation commercially. A client used to say to me, Gary, it's not personal, it's business, and it used to pain me every time, but she was honest, she was right.
Yeah.
You know,
and actually, I'm really glad that you said that, Gary, because actually, you've just demonstrated what I talk about all the time, which is nuance, right? Which there tends to be a lack of nuanced conversations. So I would just like to publicly go on the record and say that, of course, organisations are getting things wrong.
Yeah.
And the challenges and the behaviours are completely unacceptable in some cases. So I'd just like to add that, just in case that wasn't taken on as a given. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're right, and there's no excuse for it in so many occasions. Well, there's never an excuse for it, and sometimes there's very rarely a reason that we can justify in any shape or form. But we have to give some compassion to. I may be going with the majority of cases rather than the minority of things that you and we all know, people watching all know are absolutely wrong, and there was never a reason or an excuse.
Absolutely.
So,
But and sometimes in those
situations, quickly.
Yeah.
I do think in those even in those worst case situations, and I've worked in my past in past careers for one organisation that did something quite horrific for the planet. That was something to do with opioids, and you see, the
fallout of that.
Well, you've got thousands of people, and there's a guy I used to work with there. It was actually like these glory years. No one knew what was. I'm like working in IT support. It's like a minion on the floor. No idea what was going on. I loved the experience. It's like sweet. We're hiring Centre Parks for the week. Yeah, sure, let's go. And there are leaders within that, and there are leaders within that, and there are boards, and then there are shareholders, and then there are a few minority of people that have such a sway and influence that would maybe say to someone, if you were to compromise on this, we can. So I still think it still comes back down to one or two. So when we say organisation, I still think it comes down to one or two people that may well be driving that compromise. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, one of the things that I always talk to companies about as well is, and getting this message across, is that yes, absolutely. What we're not saying here, by the way, and if we're making sure that we're getting all of this in, what we're not saying is that employee well-being doesn't matter, because it absolutely does. But employee leaders are employees. Whether you own the business or you're employed as a leader, you are an employee. You still matter. And it's important that we look after all of you. And I believe in a system where we look after well-being from a top down rather than a bottom up in organizations. And I believe in that because we can create more empathy when we're trying to get a leadership team behind an initiative, behind a campaign, behind spend of pennies and pounds, hundreds and thousands these days, be able to do that. Then we need to make sure we're creating some empathy. And actually, if we're getting right down, and I feel like we're very early in to use this phrase, but just some self-awareness, because what we just said earlier about somebody is going through something here within that boardroom, whether people have lost loved ones through cancer, awful things that are happening, whether they've lost an elderly relative, whether somebody has just, their other half has been made redundant, whether the company's struggling with cash flow. There are normal things happening to normal people. And if they have some self-awareness of their well-being, that, well, in my experience, it rarely impacts the rest of the business because they're able to catch it early and they're able to deal with it. But of course, when they don't, it turns into negative, toxic behaviors that we see within businesses.
Yeah, interesting. Love Gary.
Yeah, fascinating.
Come on, Gary.
And I guess that's why I talk about being selfish. And actually, you'll often see me stood with a bright yellow jacket, a bright yellow t-shirt, because I need to be the loudest, brightest person in the room talking about something that, particularly in leadership. And we don't talk about well-being generally in the population as much as we need to. And you guys are just doing this. It's amazing, which I love. I love the fact that you're having conversations that are normalizing, like I say, those normal things that happen to normal people. And I can contribute to it from a leadership point of view alongside Sarah and everybody else. But if I got to stand in a room and talk about it, what I do is I tell people they need to be selfish. And it was only a year ago I tapped into this phrase because I realized for a long time I'd been telling people they need to prioritize their well-being, prioritize their mental health. And it felt selfish. And then I sat there one day around Christmas last year and went, so what? So what if it's selfish? Like,
I like that.
It's taking back that word, right? Yeah, it's taking back the word self. There's nothing wrong with being selfish sometimes.
I think
there
language
is
is
sometimes
important.
problems with being really
Yeah.
selfish, but it depends upon your use of it and in which context
Yeah,
that
it's
you
all
have it. And
context.
again, there's nuance. But what I love about your brand, Be More Selfish, starts the conversation, because then
Yeah.
people can come and ask what that means and start to think about how that then feeds into their life at that point and in which particular context. You know, I've got 2 teenagers. I can't really be selfish when it comes to my kids. My kids are very selfish. They find it really easy to be selfish. And I mean that with the greatest of respect, because they're teenagers and actually they're quite self-centered. They're living their life in a way they haven't got all of this bad behavior, I guess, from our point of view. So it's how you use the word, how you kind of live it, I guess, depending upon where you are in your life.
Yeah, and you're right. Self-indulgence, self-centered, egotistical. You know, we hear all those negative words with it. For any of those word nerds out there, it was a word that was formed in 1640, and it was very moral back then. If you were looking after yourself, you weren't looking after anybody else. It was very binary in that sense that you had to look after everybody else, and you did not matter. And it was absolutely frowned upon if you looked after yourself in any shape or form. And as a parent, you feel like you haven't got any choice. But I ask you the question, Danielle, is if you've got children that you think are self-centered, and perhaps we'll have this off air, we'll have this conversation, but if you see them that are self-centered and you see those negative traits, and I'm please take this in a positive sense, as a role model for those children, do you see that you need to be selfish in a positive way, that you show that it's self-prioritization because you can't always be there to look after them? You are only one person, you've only got so many spoons, so much energy to give to the world, so they need to be self-sufficient.
Great question. Oh, we were talking about all of this before. When I use these words, I don't use them from a negative context at all. It's just accepting that that's the way in which they behave right now. And I could perhaps use the words, they are more self-aware, but they're not, that's not self-aware. They are concerned about their life at this precise moment. And that's the way it should be. So there's no negative connotation. And the way in which I bring my children up, certainly, is that they are now being aware of their responsibilities in the family setting. So, for example, I was speaking earlier on to somebody saying that, the washing goes on Saturday and Sunday in my house. If you miss the washing, then you've got to do it yourself, because you missed the washing window, basically. If you didn't get it downstairs on Saturday and Sunday, it doesn't get washed. But what that teaches you is that there is a system at home, and if you don't operate within the system, then the consequences of that are that you have to do the washing by yourself. But even in that and in of itself, that's not a bad thing for you to learn how to do the washing by yourself. And even if I end up doing the washing on a Saturday, then you can bet your bottom dollar that they have to open the washing machine and help me hang it, or take it down, or iron it. So it's not about the use of those words in a negative way. It's about understanding, for them, that is a stage of development where they are thinking only of themselves, because that's what tends to happen with teenagers.
So, yeah.
But I also want to think about how I do, and me and their dad are very selfish in our time together, and I mean it's with intent. We go raving, my kids can get a pizza, or they live next door to their nan, and quite frankly, if they're not around, mate, go see your nan. I'm sure she's going to be able to sort you out some food, because our date night or our date day, because we go raving during the day.
Day raver.
These days, yeah.
Yeah, I'm over 40, right? I get it now.
Exactly, right? But that's us, and it's important to carve out that time for ourselves to work on ourselves and our marriage. So it's all kind of, I suppose, it's the language and what people do with that language.
I think so. Stay with the language, because I think when we talk about leadership, I'm obsessed with language. By the way, I think
fascinating stuff.
It's just one word can just, like you say, interrupt. And the way that you've used selfish in this way to interrupt that dialogue, that kind of conversation. I think it's really interesting. I think we're at a time now where we talked about awareness earlier of well-being, mental health, where we are as a society, but at the same time, taking back. We're a rebellious time. We're in a really rebellious time the next few years, which is all me, because I'm a pirate, right? So And again, pirates are another word, right? Pirate, you think, oh, God, you know, the pillaging, whatever, you know. But actually, you know, if you look at the history of pirates, they're pretty cool. You're a pirate, yeah, you recognise. We all recognise the pirates. So they do. So anyway, if you take that word and claim it for social entrepreneurship, so that's actually an SI word. What that means to me is a citizen hub. What that means to me is a community bank. What that means to me is a community theatre or a community pantry, or you know, that they are people that are moving away from the norm to do something in their own right. I wonder what other words come to mind. What other words could be claimed back from that kind of negative? Have you got any other words in your toolbox, Gary, when you're working with leaders? And Justin's just left the room. I bet Justin have a few.
Yeah, you've really put me on the spot. So I'm sick of the word balance because nobody does it. Nobody's any good at balance.
Yes, love that.
Yeah, nobody knows how to balance. I mean, I've done dancing and like Latin dancing and stuff. So I know, not quite raving, but it's quite an interesting mix of Latin American and raving. But yeah, certainly balance, and we're rubbish at it, especially because we're sat down and crouched in front of a computer, a lot of us, all day long. We try and balance somewhere, and we don't have a real good core. So yeah, balanced in the physical sense and balance in the and the holistic sense of it is particularly needs to get better. Somebody said I was subversive the other day. I love that word. It's quite silky and beautiful. So subversive is trying to do something kind of behind. I can't quite remember the exact dictionary.
Let's have a look at that one.
Yeah, by trying to change people's way of thinking about the word selfish.
That's a subversive thing to do.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like submarine. I don't know. It's great. But
you're asking the wrong people. Our brains are not working very well.
Yeah, I was going to say though, Alex, I have it on good authority, and I'll let you make the connection, that you're probably one of the most selfless people that they know. And I know you put a lot of your time into lots of different projects. So I know you're talking to me, but I was curious of how you balance your time. And
no one ever asks me any questions. That's not the rules of a Liveathon. Can't ask me any questions. I'm pretty selfish. Like, genuinely, if you ask Christine, I choose everything I do. I live in absolute privilege of my diary. My diary is everything to me. So we talk about understanding yourself, reflection. We had Josh Phelps on earlier talking about, like, for me, your diary is your autobiography. You can't lie. Your diary don't lie. So at the end of the year, I have an end of year ritual. I do a digital detox, and I have a bit of a ritual. And one of the first things I do is I pull up my diary week by week for the year, and I pull out key moments, key things to reflect on, what kept coming. And the beauty of AI now, by the way, and I'll talk to Bailey about this afterwards, is that shortcuts that whole process by a long way, because I can go, okay, cool. Where were the rhythms? Who did I spend time with? I'm pretty ruthless, actually, as a person in terms of where I put my time. Anyone want to tell you in the hub? I see Jason here. Jason, I see you sneaking there. Debs will tell you. Anyone will tell. Sasha, who's my assistant and program officer over there, will tell you. I'm a ruthless guy. You can catch me in a minute. You'll get 10 seconds. I'll tell you. If you can't tell me in 10 seconds, you ain't getting nothing out of me. But if you tell me in 10 seconds, you get everything.
Yeah. But
I'm pretty ruthless.
But I think it's fair to say, again, you don't fit into one of these buckets,
because I'm a bit of all sorts.
Gary's point, you are selfless in your work because you are thinking of the community.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
That's my purpose.
Yes. So in terms of being selfish in order, the behaviours required in order to do that, the laser focus. That's also something. Yes, you've talked about being ruthless, but so you are a multitude of things, and we all hold a multitude
different day, different
of
me.
things. Absolutely.
Because I ask that question of myself regularly. Who am I today?
Yeah.
So I learned this from a very young age. So I was a young father, Gary. So I was a 14-year-old father, and one of the things that I learned through that time, for pretty much from 0 to 18 of my eldest son's life, the most time we would average, especially from like 0 to 13, was about an hour a month, maybe an hour every other week if I was lucky. Some of that would have been supervised. So what I learned through that, and I've reflected a lot on this over the years, is the power of being present. I could be really with you. I'm with you guys right now. I can see these other people, and I love to you all. But I'm with you, and I'm with Gary, and I think the power of presence. Don't let that dog near Danielle. She's allergic. Hi, Jazz.
Yeah, sorry. One shout out to my husband. Husband, if you are watching, please bring me an antihistamine. Thanks, love.
But so I think being present wherever I am, live where my feet are, is something I live by. If I'm on holiday with my son or my family, or I'm on my detox, don't try and get hold of me because you ain't getting hold of me. I'm here with you.
To Gary's point, you would say that's being selfish in creating.
I'm being
totally
selfish.
Is that right, Gary? He's being selfish.
Yeah, I would
good,
do.
Right?
And I think it's, and I love it. I love everything you've just said. So I'm glad this is being recorded and going somewhere, because there's so much beautiful things that you've just said there that people need to learn. Like, it's wherever your feet are. That is in itself is so powerful. And what I picked up on was, and only from my own experience particularly, is that you learned that through the adversity that you went through. And there are so many people that haven't yet gone through that level of adversity who need to hear this, that need to get there, that need that self-awareness. Because I don't know whether you would say it, but I would certainly argue, and I'll tell you briefly. So I had a business for 15 years. It was a 7-figure business. I exited it it'll be nearly a year's anniversary on the 3rd of February. It was thank you, 7-figure business, multi-award winning, did incredibly well. But in 2017, when we were turning over 1.2 million, after a conversation earlier in the year with my doctors, where he said, "What's stress like for you?" And I kind of invented a new number, and I said, "Oh, other people might say it's a 10 out of 10, but mine's a 10 out of 20, because apparently you can move the measurement up when you get to the 10.
I like that.
You've invented a whole new measurement. It was great. 6 months later, I got diagnosed with severe depression. I'd lost myself in that business, getting so absorbed and so excited, and not seeing my mum, who lives 100 miles away from me. I saw her twice a year, once for birthdays, once for Christmas. And I'd lost anything outside of work. And I crumbled. I crumbled at that point. I've got to say, I came out of it. I did CBT, so cognitive behavioral therapy. I did so much more to learn about myself and put that superhero cape on and learned so much more. I then turned everything around in the 7-8 years following to grow that business dramatically, where I exited it at the point where I was 41, where I exited that business 4 years earlier than I thought I would. And particularly because I wanted to tell this message, because the stigma existed in business. And I talk about that because I've gone through that adversity, I've gone through that challenge, I've come out the other side of it. And sorry to get super serious, but there are some people that don't, some people that sadly are no longer with us. And there are absolutely, I feel a duty to make sure that we help those people, but also stop it, because economically, I had some politicians I was watching earlier that came on, and I've been down in Westminster a lot and talking to my local MP, and I keep saying to them, if you want to grow GDP, if you want to grow your economy, if you want to grow your business, get your leaders to be more self-aware, because they can, in a more sustainable, more, if you only care about money, invest in well-being. Simple as that. Just invest in well-being. If you take anything from today, spend money on well-being, because it will make you more sustainable. It will grow. You'll make better decisions. I did a survey. You can tell I'm getting on my soapbox now. I did a survey in May last year with the Chamber of Commerce in the East Midlands, and that was 338 leaders. It said that 75% of leaders acknowledged that the decisions that they made are impacted by their level of fatigue, but less than 5% were doing anything about it.
Yeah, decision fatigue is one of the biggest things. There's one thing I was constantly talking to my team about, and Christine, decision fatigue. I did not, all of this was not stressful as deciding what the hell am I going to eat today or where. because it's decision fatigue. 100%. Yeah, I'm with you there. 100%.
I don't know if it's true, but I heard that the reason why Simon Cowell gets up every day and puts a grey T-shirt on and grey, whatever, is so he less decisions in a day. And I don't know whether that's correct, but it was.
No, you're right. You're right, and I'm with you. The same reason with like food. If I could have a pill, I don't got to think about it. Like honestly, I'm just anything that just keeps me focused on the mission. Gary, this has been fascinating.
Yeah, really,
and sorry
really
we couldn't meet in person. Let's make time to do that.
Everything happens for a reason. I'll be down there. We'll be there a whole day. You'll not get rid of me. So yeah, that sounds quite threatening, but it's a good thing. Maybe
no, we have some fun. You watch out. And then off the back of this, someone will get in touch with a link to join a WhatsApp group. All of the speakers are joining the Citizens Lounge. One, selfishly, so we've only got to say thank you once at the end of this 24 hours. But two, for those connections that inevitably we're going to thread throughout the rest of today. So I appreciate you, Gary. Thank you very much. And we'll be seeing you soon, all right?
And please give money, please raise money, please help.
Yes, thank
absolutely.
you. Yeah,
My children
be
need
less
style.
selfish. No.
Yeah.
Cheers,
right.
mate.
Be selfish.
Gary.
Be guys.
See you, mate.
Oh, I'm being selfish. Yeah, I'm going to go and grab a